That's why he doesn't like to talk about it as much now. Diabolical, excuse me. That's quite the allegation. It's common knowledge behind the scenes. If Hassan wants to contest it, he can sue me. But he won't, because truth is an absolute defense against defamation. We have finally reached the end of Dog Zapper, Hassan, Diddy Bin Laden, Adolf Epstein, Dahmer Piker. He is over. This is diabolical. It's truly insane. Now, we have a lot to talk about here, a lot to break apart. Hassan Piker goes to China. He was arrested in China, actually, which is amazing. He also is known for shitting on India in regards to India's response to terrorism that are perpetrated against them by Islamic, specifically from Pakistan. And India was just attacked again. And of course, Hassan Piker, loves running around talking about how India is the bad guy, even though they were literally attacked. We have a lot to talk about today. A lot to talk about. Hassan Piker, according to... look, man, it takes one to know one, all right? So when he calls someone else a... All right, that's diabolical. It takes one to know one. And if Destiny, a guy who admitted to have allegedly child porn on his computer, if he's going to call it out for this, he's going to risk a defamation case, I believe him. I believe you, Destiny. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, Pedo Piker. Wow. So that he gets arrested, and of course there was a horrible attack in India. We're going to talk about all of this today. It's insane. So first, this is Hassan Piker in a restaurant.
Try this shit out, Chicago style. Ask the lady at the counter, what's the best thing?
We allowed in here, y'all?
Destiny made you.
Destiny made you.
Fucking loser. Ask the lady at the counter.
Oh my God, he was just murdered on the timeline. So that's right, Destiny. And it looks like Destiny is taking you out. Wow, Pedo Piker. That's crazy. And he calls me a pig. It's insane how much projection comes out of this man's trap. I have been saying that he probably fucked a child in that brothel forever, for the record. You don't end. I have literally said this for a year. Very nice to be justified. And also pretty insane that Destiny apparently knew that this guy was allegedly a and never felt the need to actually say that in public. That's kind of crazy. But I guess, again, we're literally in two retards fighting territory. Destiny claims Twitch after a 15-year-old while on a trip in Berlin. And that's Shoe-on-Head replies, homeless man calling another homeless man a broke-ass neighbor. Oh my God, that's true. We have never had a two retards fighting situation quite this diabolical. Heartwarming. All the worst people you know are fighting. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's shocking. And you know Hassan Piker is going to take this out on his dog. That's crazy. Tectone tweets, proven dog abuser, now alleged child predator. Man, this is not Hassan's year. No, he's going to be in jail. I respond with, you mean to say that the guy that supports might be a... Nux stays winning. It doesn't end. It doesn't end. The Nux victories keep rolling. Tectone responds with this Hitler-looking fellow with a swastika armband. And the obvious question that everyone asks when they see the armband, was Hitler a Nazi? Oh my God, this is leading me to think something diabolical is happening. Do nothing, win. This is Nux Doctrine. It's always been Nux Doctrine, and it always works. Yesterday might have been shitty. Today is amazing. Today's awesome. Hassan Piker doesn't realize that all of my enemies end up destroying themselves. That's right. It all started with V Shoujo, and since then, every single guy that tried to ruin my career ended up accidentally destroying their own. With Hassan, all it took was allegedly having sex with a child and going to China and getting arrested. So this is Hassan in China, his favorite country on the planet, after Turkey, and every other Islamic terrorist nation. So Hassan Piker declares something pretty insane over here, and I think we need to deport this guy.
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about...
He has no patriotism in his heart for America. Can we deport this guy, please? He's a communist. He hates us. Can we just denaturalize him and deport him, please?
People. What makes it...
So this dude literally is in China, in Tiananmen Square, waving Chinese communist dictatorship flags, talking about how he has no patriotism for America.
I mean, what makes it interesting for me, at least, is like seeing so many people from all over the country literally travel here just to see.
That part is insane. Look how many.
Like I just don't like I'm not. I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart
For
any for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very I care about people.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Yeah.
But I do understand it in some ways, and I kind of wanted to talk to some of the people here because like all the old people that you see around, right? You have to remember every single person that you see around us. That's like. Especially if they've been alive since like the 70s or the 60s, they have seen a radical transformation in their lifetimes, unlike any other country, right? So for them,
This dude goes to China, all right, with actual child slavery. All right, he goes to China to just prostrate himself and glaze the Chinese overlords. Well, this obviously goes very well. Now, this isn't just I had to include the previous video. Can we talk about the dog shit fit? Every single one of his fits are dog shit. So I had to show the previous video from you like, China's actually awesome. That's amazing. Then he gets arrested. A meme of making fun of shit. That's right. Shit on America. Get arrested for making fun of a guy. Police show up, baby. He is detained by the cops.
Okay.
The police cover the camera. Oh, the irony is incredible. I hate America. Gets arrested for freedom of speech. Oh my god, that's amazing. Bro, they're out there. They cover the camera. Bro's getting manhandled. Putting shit up his butt to make sure he's not hiding any memes in there. You mean to tell me that China didn't respect his right of freedom of speech? I don't know, man. I feel like it's not even labor camps. His whole trip calling Trump a fascist, only to get got by a real fascist.
Oh, I was holding the camera.
Yep. Bro got hit with a fascism. Oopsie poopsie. Please keep him, China. Please. Yeah, so they're yapping. Obviously, we're doing secret meetings. Be right back. And the stream died. For some very suspicious reason, the stream stopped there. That's crazy. Breaking news, sending police detained infamous individual streamer Snapbaker in Tiananmen Square. Diabolical. Actually diabolical. Goes to Tiananmen Square, marches up, yells about how China's actually awesome and stuff. Unlike America, which sucks, gets arrested for having a meme on his phone. This was not the meme, but this is my meme, and I think it's very funny. It works every time. Place Hassan. Hassan, I've seen your memes. Place. So, as we both reacted to this, I didn't see his reaction yet because this literally just happened. So let's see.
So, he gets stopped by Chinese security police while streaming in Tiananmen Square. Oh, that's the place with the tanks. I remember that.
Basically, he had a meme of Mao with his face photoshopped in on his phone.
A Photoshop on Mao? On Mao? How dare you?
Ooh, they got the lights on him. Uh-oh, they got the lights on him.
Tour guide. I love this. Tom Piper put a big fraud of political comedy. Pushed a hoax. All right, he pushed a giant hoax.
thing that we went to. Okay? The flag raising ceremony that we went to is not a thing that white people normally go to. It's not normally something that like white people go to, right?
But I thought you said you
Oh, Schrodinger's white man. He's white when you're the victim, and he's also brown when you're the victim. White guy.
today he is. Now he's white.
We thought we were like making flagged out.
I know. Recognizing pedophilia is Islamophobic a little bit. Alright, but sometimes and it's true. They were going was making fun of Mao. You have the audacity to call Trump a fascist. You have the audacity to say that a deported or tried for treason.
I've dealt with cops at this point all around the world. As far as like cops that I've dealt with all around the world, European cops in France, American cops.
Sure.
I will say that it's not even remotely up there. The further west you go, the worse cops get, the more aggressive they get. America beats
Morning. If you try to say it's a good morning, there. Take a look, but don't expect me to hold your hand through it.
Dictatorship right now.
one out of all of them.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be saying bad stuff about China whenever I was literally in China either, okay? But let's be real, it's insane to say something like that. The police had detained Hassan and wanted to look through his phone to see if he had any problematic memes, and he was in the United States. He would be talking about this for the rest of his career.
Dude, he got asked questions in the airport for 5 minutes because he's a Hamas supporter sympathizer. And he made it a national news story where he went on every single media outlet to cry about Trump's suppression of free speech when he directly
You
supported
cheap ass son of a bitch. That's all you're gonna buy?
on his phone. And he's like, yeah, actually Chinese cops are better.
Like, this would be, where did you know that we had fascism? Well, I was at this place, and they asked to see my phone. Like, obviously everybody would say this, right? And so it's just so obviously a double standard.
Yeah, because he's a communist shill. He supports the enemies of our nation. He needs to go away forever. Please. This is a photo of Hamas children using assault rifles to the head of someone dressed as an Israeli child. So, he supports this. Alright, this is in the range of what Hassan Piker supports. Let's make it very clear. Alright, he does support 1000%. He This is a known fact that anyone that knows anything about anything knows about. To be honest, all right? You retard. And then killing terrorists is not able to make them a rogue terrorist state.
Look, they've been doing this for 30 years. We have to get blood. Seems a little crazy to say, especially when you're trying to defend your position.
They have been bombing India for 30 years. They finally struck back, and Hassan called them a terrorist state. It's almost like Hassan picks the side that's the victim of Islamic terror attacks and surrenders the fuck out of them. Does this sound familiar? It does to me.
To defend your position in the Western world by presenting yourself as like a reasonable, restrained, sovereign.
And kill civilians, women, children, send them to hospitals in large.
I'm sorry, I'm vehemently anti-Modi and his agenda to call India a rogue terrorist state is absolutely incorrect. I mean, this severe escalation that violates all. This is a rogue terrorist action, a rogue terrorist state action. That's precisely what that was. What happened, like just like what Russia has done in Ukraine.
He is comparing India hitting terrorist targets in Pakistan after getting bombed by them for 30 years. He is comparing that to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This dude is retarded, pro-terrorist, all right, anti-terrorist. He literally is. Anyone that fights back against terrorism is the bad guy. Israel gets attacked on October 7th. He supports Hamas. Pakistani terror groups attack India for years. He supports the Pakistani terror group. It's shocking. Call me Hassan Piper's dog, because I am shocked that this guy is the largest leftist streamer. Now, we're talking about this for a reason, man. A really good reason.
One-sided analysis. But if you want to do one-sided analysis, I suspect it's probably coming from Asmongold, who doesn't give about either side at all.
All right, here's where the good part comes. This is what actually made me decide to make this video at the end of the day. All right. Pull this one.
Automatically, Israel coded.
That's right, of course, obviously. Asmongold, not even pro-Israel, by the way, must be siding with India because he's Israel coded. Why didn't I think of that? So easy. This is literally what you have to deal with. So yeah, so this guy is an insane person. He is an actual insane nutcase. Now, the reason I bring this up is because as it stands right now, India was the victim of another horrible Islamic terrorist attack. And we have to get all sexual allegations of a 15-year-old. Really lock this shit in. I want to specifically say, I did a video about the Indian poop festival the other day, and I wanted to specifically say, in case it's not clear enough, I do recognize that our cultures are different. Has been putting ricin, deadly poison, tasteless and odorless. You'd know if you watch Breaking Bad. His name is Dr. Ahmed Mohiuddin Syed, and of course, from China. Wow, it's all coming together. Using his medical knowledge, he has been extracting ricin to carry out a mass poisoning terrorist attack in Delhi. Is this not diabolical? What a nightmare. Actual nightmare. We're gonna look at that. So that's this. This is the doctor. Dr. Ahmed over here, arrested for plotting a massive rice linked to ISIS and Pakistani handlers. Every single time. Remember, Hassan will blame, get ready, Hassan will blame India. Israel coded in this regard because they fight terrorists or something. So, he's the Prime Minister of India. Condolences to those who lost their loved ones to the blast in Delhi. This ricin terrorist attack. There was also a massive explosion, and a lot of people died. This guy, this Allahu Akbar guy over here, this is the Dr. Terrorist who was arrested putting ricin in food. So anyway, I wanted to look into the situation in India from an on-the-ground source, and then we're going to look at Hassan think are allegedly sleeping with 15-year-olds.
नेशनल कैपिटल में जब बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट ना हो जाए मार्केट में लेकिन 2000
Yep, I am noticing. I am noticing the lack of. Bro, how is no one covering this? This is a massive story.
Exactly, Sid. I'm just at that very spot. Now showing you the visuals, you can see the fire. In fact, that after the blast, that has been told by.
Alright, I'm not trying to hate. I know that guy's speaking English, but it sounds exactly the same as Indian to me. Come on, man. Do we have any English speakers we can talk about this? This is crazy. I'll even take CNN, man. This is crazy. Alright, fuck these guys.
Breaking news now from India. Delhi has killed at least 8 people, according to a spokesperson for the Delhi police. The blast happened at a car parked outside the site and ignited nearby vehicles in a densely populated area. And these are the
Look at all these Canadians.
live pictures are just getting in at the moment, as you can see. I'm joined now by our reporter Davina Gupta, who's in Delhi. Davina, what do we know?
Well, this incident happened at 6:55 p.m. local time. In the evening. What we do know so far is that there was a loud explosion heard by eyewitnesses, and that was followed by at least 6 cars catching flames at that spot. Now, we've been able to speak with the local police here, which is at the spot and investigating this scene, and they have said they will not rule out all possibilities.
Bro, it's a terrorist attack. It's a terrorist attack. Guys trying to poison a whole bunch of shit. You guys, come on, dude. Get out of here. Obviously.
Certain what caused
during terrorist I've been there. I've done it. All right, it's actually horrible. Are super nice people. Maybe they have different hygienic standards, but super nice people, and they do not deserve this. And they should fight back.
As you mentioned, several people have been injured and taken to a nearby hospital. We do know that there have been For now, the city police has said they are examining those numbers and can only verify them after a local hospital also. But eyewitnesses have talked about a loud explosion 2 kilometers from the spot. And this is one of the busiest neighborhoods in Delhi. It's a congested area, and it's often referred to as Old Delhi. So there are narrow by-lanes over there outside that metro station. So the sheer geography of that place is such. More details.
Getting a half story, man. I really am. Thanks for terrorism. Like, the BBC hired terrorists. The BBC literally forgot to mention the fact that their source in covering the Gaza conflict was that their source in the Gaza conflict was an actual Hamas member. Like, they got a terrorist as their source for life of the civilians in Gaza suffering. Alright? They lied about dude.
And if there has been a state of high alert, what does that mean? What does that indicate?
So the entire area for now has been cordoned off. The media is not allowed to be there. And there's been a high alert in the city. We can hear that there are several police vans going around the city. We also know from media reports that a state of alert has been sounded in the next or adjacent state of Uttar Pradesh. And this just means that the police officials will be on the streets. They would be checking cars if need be and investigating as more details.
Oopsie poopsie, probably an accident. I hate this. Western countries need to take Islamic terrorism 1000%. We're importing. This is, of course, the religion of peace. Now, again, the BBC, they're actually evil, right? So this is what they did with Trump, by the way. So this is the actual the clip.
We're gonna walk down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you, and we fight. We fight like hell. We're gonna walk down.
All right, that's what they released, and they tried to make that. You know, you go to the Capitol, you fight like hell. It's an insurrection. You win the election. All right. That's what the actual clip was.
To the Capitol, and we're gonna cheer on our brave senators and congressmen.
That was the actual original clip. I want to make this very clear. These are nefarious actors that are trying to destroy our civilization. And I mean that without a shadow of a doubt. They actually, those lying bastards. So Trump is threatening to sue them for $1 billion right now. Which they should. To sue the BBC for $1 billion following an edited version of Panorama documentary suggesting he urged violence in his January 6th speech, promoting apologies from the BBC's chair, Samir Shah. BBC chair, Samir Shah. Obviously a straight white man, am I right? And resignations from the BBC's impartial covering U.S. politics, gender issues, and the Gaza conflict. Wow, no way. What? No. Bias tied to pro-Trump lobbyist, UK culture secretary. People announced that it's sad and shit. Dude, it's actually insane. Like, if you look at the actual media covering all of this, it's wild. It's wild. BBC bias pushed Hamas lies around the world. Like, BBC forced to correct 2 Gaza stories in 1 week. Like, because they run defense with the terrorists. And do you know why that's the case? And it's actually really obvious. It's because England is being conquered as we speak by radical Islamists. They're importing people that are controlling the media. BBC is just Al Jazeera at this point.
Hassan, a 15-year-old while on a trip to Berlin. No one is shocked other than Kyle.
That's a joke.
Unemployed. Some insane allegations.
Old enough to mount.
It all.
Yeah, this guy's crazy. Again, I've said this the whole time. Dude, how justified can one guy get? Is crazy. Dude, this guy, literally, he called me a. He called Asmongold a rapist. He is all of the things he projects onto other people. He's such a lying, manipulative dirtbag. And again, extreme projection all you like, but why are we surprised that the guy that supports like, dude, this is crazy.
Started over political brain rot too. Destiny tweeted, "If Hassan is going to reach this far, saying I kickstarted Fuentes' career, then I am responsible for his career 10 times over. Also, Hassan a 15-year-old while he was visiting that brothel in Berlin. That's why he doesn't like to talk about it as much." Now, this is a crazy accusation against Diddy Piker here, and let's see what started this.
I believe him. I believe him completely. Believe all victims. I believe him. I stand with Destiny. I stand with Destiny in this episode of Two Retards Fighting. That's right. That's right. It takes one to know one, some would even go as far as to say. So, listen, coming from a man that has researched the legalities of sex with children probably tremendously, he probably knows more about pedophilia than anyone right? You know what I'm saying? This dude knows. Who would understand better than Destiny? I'm just saying what we're all thinking right now. I'm saying what we're all thinking. Every single one of us are thinking the exact same thing. You know what we're thinking? We're thinking that, we're wondering what Hassan Piker's chat was like on Bilibili. Because, you know, he streamed on Bilibili, like the actual, Chinese YouTube site. So we streamed on that, and we wanted to see what the comments... Let's see what the comments were saying over there. Electric Dog. Electric Dog. Shout out to Hassan Piker's Chinese fans. They know exactly what's up. They know exactly what's up. That's right. I think he went to China so he could eat his dog. That's my theory. We'll see if I'm right about that one.
Feud. Some of my other ideological opponents who claim to be liberals may or may not suck his and also simultaneously...
Logical opponent, bro, you're 30. Media connection and promoted. Talked about how talking about no one drama.
Dude, this is the best drama. Just like retard on retard violence. Dude, this is absolutely diabolic. It's crazy.
That's quite the allegation. It's common knowledge behind the scenes.
Again, if it's common knowledge behind the scenes that Hassan's the fact that no one decided to drop the Destiny files or the Diddy's list or whatever the fuck is insane. That means these guys were literally running defense for it. If this is true. But again, this is like pedo on pedo violence we're watching right now. We are alleged pedo on alleged pedo violence. Right? Self-admitted pedo and probably pedo violence.
Destiny wants to contest that he can sue me, but he won't because the truth is an absolute defense against defamation.
Come on, Hassan, you got this. Sue him, Hassan. Do it, Hassan, sue him. Yeah. Go into Discovery. I want to see the laundry list of children that are victims of Hassan Piker, potentially, allegedly. I want to see it.
At this point, Hassan pretty much has
Pedo versus Pedo.
to sue Destiny. Otherwise, he just looks like Chris Tyson. And honestly, what a great...
If you don't sue him, that means it's true, Hassan. That's how it works. If no lawsuit equals you did it. I don't make the rules.
Easy thing to hold on to.
To be fair, I think you did. To be honest, like if I had to guesstimate, I'd say I believe it. I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Personally, I believe it. Yeah, 100%. He flew to Germany to pay for sex in a brothel where he did sex traffic child. Like, come on, dog. What are we talking about? Now, I know you're gonna say
Afternoon. Congratulations. Here's your reward. Sucker.
Diabolical. But my response is Hassan is actually white. He is white. I support deporting this white man.
No reason to debate people like that have very limited platforms at the time. And then he was resilient enough to work his way through the ranks and claw back after...
Listen up, jackass. You want work? Then show some respect.
The Hassan files
Don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Get the job.
Let me just play a quick clip for you.
Maybe they'll get you to think I'm a horrible person, whatever. I know there's at least 1,000 real ass that watch the show, are smart enough to understand what I'm saying. They're going to take this information and they're going to blow up the second Death Star.
White guys saying the N-word, what's new? Feels like I'm looking at a mirror. But jokes aside, from what I know, these guys all like hate each other. Fight. Hassan and Destiny.
Exactly. I am literally right here. I am with you in the crowd, bro. I am with you in the crowd, dude.
I genuinely mean this. I think Hassan should sue him if this isn't true. I do. I think Hassan should sue...
Yes, I agree. No. Even if it is true. A terrible take, Asmongold. Hassan should sue him. Sue him, whether it's true, whether it's not. Try to win. End up in Discovery. We'll see what happens.
Done.
Diabolical. One of these guys will be absolutely... Dude, I fully support this lawsuit.
Well, look who decided to show their face again.
Like a GoFundMe, I would donate to the GoFundMe for this lawsuit. Not a lot, because I don't like you. However, I would donate, is what I'm trying to say.
Like, this is a crazy accusation. Crazy accusation.
All right, now that we're done doing business, get out of my store.
It's only crazy if it's like a lie, but if it's true, then why is it crazy? Then it actually kind of... So, yeah, no, terrible take. On this one, I have to say. Sue him, Hassan. Literally sitting here poking these bastards.
Lane? Yeah, that's nuts. You can't just throw that on people without proof, man. Yeah, sure.
I feel like Destiny is playing some kind of 4D chess over here.
Bro, dude, 4D chess, bro. They were fighting over this guy.
Horny ass bitch. Franco Friday, dude, it's fucking Hitler Friday. Jack Posobiec. Hey guys, it's Franco Friday. Buddy, it's Führer Friday. It is Hitler Friday. Shut up. It is Heil Hitler Friday, nigga. Heil Hitler. All my niggas, Nazis, nigga. Heil Hitler, bitch.
Yeah, so anyway, that's who they're currently fighting over. He's known for other things, especially in regards to Destiny. They had this incredibly good take. So this is, in my opinion, this is my absolute favorite clip of all time.
Well, you know, they're hotter.
They said children are hotter.
That's why we love them. That's why we love this guy.
Yeah, so they bonded over their love of having sex with children, and now they accuse Hassan Piker for having sex with a child. This is the greatest timeline of all time ever. Of all time ever. This is diabolical.
Here, like Hassan basically is stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Hassan about to whip out the fucking shock collar, and Ludwig goes on stream. I saw the child, I mean adult, she was 18. I am having way too much fun today. You should subscribe, I will make you smile every day.
And if he doesn't sue, he just looks like a predator, so he has to.
And
Yeah, you have to sue him. Sue him.
It's common knowledge behind the scenes. If Hassan wants to contest it, he can sue me, but he won't because truth is an absolute defense against defamation. I don't know, like I almost feel bad even giving this any attention at all because
I don't. That guy's a supporter. He wants me to die. Slandered me. No, I want to give this all the attention. We are zeroing in on the attention on this one. I think there's a part of Asmongold that like actually likes Hassan. I don't have that part in me actually because Hassan wants to be dead and has slandered me multiple times and his audience threatened my life constantly. So no, actually, and also he supports the murder of like my friends and family and stuff. So yeah, no, actually, I'll be real. To be honest, actually, the Hassan Piker, according to Destiny, knows a lot of things. Hassan Piker, that's like a 15-year-old. That makes him a rapist. Because children can't consent, Hassan. Children can't consent. This guy's 11. He's preaching allegedly. Yeah, I said according to Destiny. According to Destiny, who knows a lot of things behind the scenes, Hassan Piker is that raped a child. Flew to another country to rape a child, bro. That's crazy.
I feel like maybe it's probably like I would never ever assume this of somebody, right? I never would. I'll be curious to see what his response is going to be if he even does respond.
Nuts don't go overboard. Nuts don't go overboard. This guy allegedly raped a child, bro. I am going overboard? When according to Destiny, that dude's sticking his dick in children? Then I'm going overboard? No. We're not going nearly overboard enough is what I'm saying. Again, there is no surprise. You know why I'm not surprised at all? Because he literally supports rapists. He supports them. He literally supports them constantly. Like, you understand? He supports the Houthis. You don't understand. The Houthis rape children, okay? Systematically, industrially rape children. And he supports them 10 toes down, okay? There are 8-year-old girls that die of blood loss on their wedding nights in Yemen, okay? Are you insane? And he calls me a because of an out-of-context clip from 5 years ago where I'm making fun of weird shit that came out of Japan. He uses that without ever showing it, obviously. It's so retarded and so obviously not an allegation. And he will call me a in front of thousands of people. No, a guy that supports and actively wants his audience to kill me. No, actually, I don't feel bad when I say the objective fact that Destiny called him that raped a 15-year-old child. Objective fact, according to Destiny.
I mean, you got to admit though, right? This is a crazy thing.
Yeah, it's hands down the most serious allegation you can make about somebody. They call Hassan a liar, but we need legitimate evidence to call him a... I don't think there is any evidence. Does it solely to force Hassan to have to respond to something so egregious that it hurts his character for...
Bro, sue him! Sue him! Why is he doing it? Bro, sue him!
Even acknowledge the possibility that it happened. 1D test, but it worked. Destiny said it in retaliation of Hassan saying Destiny
are coping so insanely hard. If I'll be real here, okay? If you call someone just up allegedly, then you know something. Then you know you're gonna get ruined in court. Alright? Let's be real.
From what I know, Destiny has this hypocrisy, and Hassan's been known to spread allegations around people. Hassan, a streamer who actually uses allegations he knows are false, as well as exaggerating the truth and accusing people things they never did. Now there's child allegations that Destiny is willing to go to court over because it's not defamation because it's the truth. Destiny, holy.
Ma'am, Hassan Piker. That on God is the diddler. Get the fuck out of my Genshin server, you weirdo freak. Go hang out
Or a story related to child allegations, he was sitting on that before reporting it because, according to authorities on the court of public opinion, yes.
Are you literally trying to figure out why Destiny is sitting on allegations? Dude, it's because Destiny has literally made videos running defense for allegations. Because Destiny allegedly had child porn on his computer that he seemingly admitted to having.
Personally, why put out this kind of information if you know it to be true in the first place?
Destiny literally has videos debating the ethics of child porn. Dude, I literally just found this in like 2 seconds because I have a database of this shit. Watch this clip. This is Destiny.
What, if you just because you molest a child doesn't make you
Bro literally says, full confidence, just because you molest a child, it doesn't make you a like, dude has extensive history of this, alright? So, like, I'll be real, like, of course he was sitting on this info. Like, and I'm running, the ultimate game here, because this is, like, actually not completely, but I would donate. I would donate to both of their lawyers.
And he made it sound like it was common knowledge behind the scenes, so why carry water for Hassan? The best thing of all is I'm not a fan of any of these mothers, so we're going to watch some self-destruct. Before we hop into this, something actually pretty funny happened with Hassan, apparently breaking. Chinese security police harassed Hassan Piker while he was live streaming at Tiananmen Square. Hassan's live stream went down 10 minutes after the Chinese security official saw Hassan hold up a $30,000 mother's phone.
Roger, you ready? Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize that we were swagged out white boys who love China.
Swagged out white boys who love China.
I will say that it's not even remotely up there. The further west you go, the worse cops get, the more aggressive they get. America being the worst one out of all of them.
Dude hates America so much. Why is he in there? I feel like it's
Dude, seriously, communist. Dude. Do you want? This is a hypothetical. I'm not even referring to Hassan here. But would you want a communist that hates America to live in America? This is not about Hassan at all. This is about a hypothetical communist that hates your country and would support an invading force. If you had the option to remove him, would you want him removed? This is not about Hassan. Not about Hassan. This is about Hassan. This is not about Hassan.
that's dreadful. My Canadian passport. You give me your American one. It sounds like a deal.
Same with you, Hassan. You probably got some crazy shit in the closet, bro. You got some crazy stuff in the closet, bro. I fact you do. I just know you're a weirdo. Everyone's gonna come back to this good. Happen to Doc Disrespect. Happen to Mitch. Happen to all these guys, bro. The weirdest.
When Ross is the voice of reason, you know these guys are cooked. And just to be
Ross is amazing. He's the best streamer of all time. I'm sorry if you hate him because he thinks the earth is flat. He's the greatest streamer.
clear, I am not accusing Hassan of a crime here. You know, he's innocent until proven guilty. However, he is guilty of being an
Good afternoon, jackass. What do you want? Selling to even a dumbass like you.
Is that the person he paid for to fuck is an adult. This is literally the best possible outcome.
Also, didn't Hassan straight up go to a Diddy party? Like, I'm pretty certain that's true. Asmon doesn't really need a pearl clutch on Hassan's behalf from all this. Hassan called her implied Destiny was a bunch of times. Only fair if you're able to do the same back. Hasn't Hassan called Asmon and Tectone too? I just think Asmon Gold's too charitable to people that don't deserve it. Bro, who did this? Somebody put Destiny and Hassan in jail? No, but this is hands down probably the craziest craziest allegation I've seen dropped from like the streaming sphere. Destiny straight up just did this meme but on Twitter. The Quarter Pounder said, there is only two possible outcomes here. Hassan Piker must sue Destiny or admit when he was in his mid-20s, he paid for sex with a teenager. Destiny, bro, if I need to go on the offender list, I'm taking like 20 other streamers.
All that gawking at goods and that's all you buy?
Release the Destiny files. Sit down, Epstein, you're dead. Release the Destiny files.
Destiny, release the files. Whether it be Asmongold or Ethan Klein's Reddit, I feel like everyone's sort of in agreement. If you're gonna drop a bombshell,
I think we all agree that Hassan Piker is probably like, I think we can all agree that he's probably yeah, not making any allegations. If I was a betting man.
Big, there better be some more information out there. I'm no lawyer, but yeah, insane. Kind of summarize that pretty well here.
That's I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camera show at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slow. Don't even try to.
Why would you do that? Why would you do it?
Old Hassan was honestly crazy. Yeah, so if we humor this for a moment, Destiny was sitting on proof that Hassan harmed his child and waited for the exact moment to release it because of optics. True. I don't like Hassan, but if this is untrue, I feel like Hassan should sue Destiny. And if it is true, it makes Destiny look horrendous for withholding this information.
I love how everyone's like, bro, am I the only person that's actually being honest here? I feel like I'm the only person being honest here. Literally the only guy being honest. This is pedo violence. Alleged pedo and pedo violence. Alright? They're both horrible. Okay, yes. Correct. You're right. They're both horrible. Correct. 1,000%. Unironically. This is the al-Jolani regime in Syria fighting back against the Assad regime. Pick who you like more. The guy that massacres and genocides Howlites, or the guy that genocides and massacres Druze and Christians. Pick your favorite. Alright? That's where we're at, man. Okay? I'm not trying to be rude here or anything. I'm not trying to be rude here. I win in this situation. Because one of these guys, everyone hates me because I'm the only one that'll tell the truth. I'm the only one that's gonna sit here and tell the truth. I can't believe Destiny. Are you insane? Are you crazy? Bro, Destiny was outed. He admitted, from my perspective, he admitted having child porn on his computer. He admitted it. Like, this dude is not the guy we're gonna look at to be the beacon of morality. But, despite all of that, I completely believe him in this instance. In my opinion, alright, I'm looking through all the facts. There aren't a lot of them, but I'm looking through all the evidence. In my opinion, Hassan Piker is... That's my opinion. That's what I have to say. That's my opinion. It's not a fact. It's not an allegation. It's my opinion.
Now,
you know why? It's because he supports like directly and openly and thinks that they deserve Nobel Peace Prize. To get the Nobel Peace Prize. That's right. It's going to be diabolical, suspiciously only accepting leftists.
He's just kind of easy to meme on. He's a lolcow who kind of takes the deal. I mean, this doesn't make Destiny look good, but it did put Hassan in an uncomfortable position.
No, dude, I respect Destiny for Destiny. I respect you for this one. No, that was basic fuck.
Hassan can't pull his steam, do nothing, and win. He actually has to do it.
/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, fan. Nick Fuentes says, I will not die for Israel in a war with Iran. He said this on April 7th, and the good news is no one died for Israel in a war with Iran. Nick Fuentes is wrong. And he's not the only person that was involved in this game. Candace Owens, get ready, white Americans. It's time for you to go die for Israel again. Because it's never happened before. If you don't want to die for Israel, then you are an anti-Semite. I have to die in Iran for Netanyahu today or to admit you hate Jews. Well, the good news is, he's wrong. And news, no one died for Israel. That didn't happen. There was no war with Iran that had Americans die. Tucker Carlson, whatever you think of tariffs, it's clear now. It's the worst possible time for the United States to participate in military action in Iran. We can't afford it. Thousands of Americans will die. They would lose the war that follows. Nothing could be more destructive for our country, and that we're closer than ever thanks to other especially neocons and suicidal, blah, blah, blah. Thank God, thousands did not die. In fact, 0 died, thank God. And also, we did not lose that war that followed. All right, thank God, that was also wrong. So, in the giant retard orgy that is Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes, we are truly going head-to-head for some of the greatest fucking drama of all time. There is currently a retard civil war. Now, I haven't made videos about all these people. I've made videos about them in what we're talking about today. They are currently all at war. I mean, give you some context before we dive into things. I think a lot of people don't actually know. Turns out 3 of them are currently in armed conflict with each other, and it's absolutely insane. But now, I have to introduce the fighters. First, Tucker Carlson. He used to be on Fox News, but things changed. Things changed. He was fired from Fox News for reasons that no one could imagine. And he is known
I had a direct experience with it. Journalism or just nope, in my bed.
In
at
his
night,
bed.
And I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in bed.
He was mauled in a bed with 4 dogs and his wife.
Physically mauled.
Physically.
In a spiritual attack by a demon? Yeah.
He was physically mauled in a spiritual attack by a demon.
Or by something unseen that left. Is that right?
Of course, that is what happened to him. He was physically mauled by a spiritual attack by a demon. Not at all the 4 dogs in his bed. There. True. And now, the thing is, he's noticing some really interesting things that are going on with the government. This is a real thing.
The thing they want you to believe is that the supernatural is not real.
That's what the government is trying to do. The government is trying to do it's not real.
They're really interested in convincing you that the supernatural is not real. For you to convince supernatural's real. But then you have to ask motive. It's not a profit motive. Like, does it make them rich because they know that there's supernatural forces? No. What is that? I don't know the answer. Well, because
He doesn't know the answer, but here's the obvious answer.
they sort of know they're working for supernatural forces, actually.
Demon-controlled government!
But they take physical form, that they're not just like some ethereal, they're not just shadows floating around, specters, fog, that they're physical. Like, they're as real as the arm of your chair. People are subject to the supernatural. So they do things that are not natural. Like kill themselves. That's why we're the only species that kills itself.
Oh my god!
So when you kill yourself, that's how they do
Spectres, yet physical, like a pod, as real as this couch, are controlling the government. Chameleons kill themselves, whales kill themselves, there are animals that do kill themselves, literally, so that's not really right. Lemmings kill themselves, been doing, but this was character number 1. All right, this is character number 1. Now, again, I'm not saying that there aren't supernatural forces or anything, but I am saying that if you think that the government is just secretly working for Satan, like openly, this is definitely wild. Now, introducing character number 2, Candace Owens. She was also, just like Tucker Carlson, she was fired from her news organization. She was fired from the Daily Wire. Before that, she used to be a far leftist, doxing people that used hate speech. Then she joined the Daily Wire, and then she was fired. Get ready for this one. This is our second character.
You don't believe dinosaurs are real.
I'm like, gut. Dinosaurs? That seems pretty fake and gay. She's just saying dinosaurs. She's like, I never believe in dinosaurs. Like, literally, this is, everyone thinks there's like some conspiracy that say they don't believe in God, but then tell them like dinosaurs aren't real and they fall. That's really interesting. But then, because I and very much subscribe and believe and know deeply that there is a Christ conspiracy that's believing God is said to believe in humans. That is what evolutionary theory was about. Because rather than there was no 1850. That's very recent.
You know, except for every single culture that had paintings of dragons.
Like dinosaur bones. And if you find them everywhere, I'm like, okay, nobody found, and it is
nobody. 18
that dinosaur bones for whatever reason are always just found by the paleontologists.
Only the paleontologists find them. The doctors diagnosed you with cancer. That's crazy. Also, fun fact, that's not true. Everyone finds dinosaur bones. You ever find trilobite fossils on a beach, which are literally everywhere? Like, what are we doing?
Like, it's not like you and me walking outside.
Right, so again, according to Candace Owens, the Jews invented dinosaurs to trick Christians to stop believing in God, which is insanely fucking bullshit, because dinosaurs don't debunk the Bible. They don't debunk shit. What are you talking about? Like, explanations for how dinosaurs fit into the Bible, including, you know, a passage in literally Genesis 2 that directly says there are giant serpents. All right, like you don't even need to go so far, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Now, anyway, this is not the only Candace Owens clip I have for you guys. I have another really good one. So this is once again Candace Owens. We're still introducing character 2.
Essentially, and this is Sigmund Freud was a Kabbalist.
According to her, Sigmund Freud was a Kabbalist. Was a Kabbalist. The quickest fact check in the universe will tell you that no, Sigmund Freud was not a Kabbalist.
It was a good evening until you. What's it gonna be, huh?
He critiques Kabbalism.
I knew you were a cheap motherfucker.
He critiques it in his book. But she says no, he is actually a Kabbalist. Kabbalah, for those of you that are unaware, is and she's about to describe it in the worst way ever.
And they believe in bisexuality. They
No, they do not. Kabbalah does not believe in bisexuality. That's literally not true.
They, worship Baphomet.
Kabbalah does not worship Baphomet. That's literally not true.
They are trying to use psychology to introduce, and I read this in a book
They are the Jews.
by a Jewish historian, David Bacon, to make their religion the religion of the world.
The
Yeah.
Jews are secretly trying to kill demons through psychology to take control of the Christian king, convicted rapist, charged rapist, sorry.
Which is a pedophile-centric religion that believes in demons, it believes in child sacrifice.
Meanwhile, she believes in demons.
And the reason that we have the circumstances that we are in today, and most people will be able to find this history.
So she thinks the Jews are pushing a pedophile cult as bisexual baptism, Kabbalah, and psychology. That's retarded. Introducing character number 3, Nick Fuentes. Alright? He's known for being a gay, Mexican, white supremacist, and this is what he had to say. In the words, I'm sorry about the audio. I can't find better audio at this point. person is a paid actor, and in my opinion, I think Nick Fuentes is a legitimate guy. Just hates Jews. This is my opinion of the three. All right. My favorite of them, believe it or not, is the guy that wants me to die in a holy war. I know, because I can't stand fraud. I cannot stand fraud. So my favorite of the three is actually Nick Fuentes. He's actually consistent with what he says, even though he wants me to die in a holy war. Now, interestingly, and the other two are fucking bitches. So interestingly enough, this is Nick Fuentes going on a podcast with Candace Owens, and this is super fucking important. Right? This is important context for the current drama. So this is what happened. All right, this is what happened. Candace Owens never wanted to associate with Nick Fuentes because she was part of the Daily Wire, and Nick Fuentes was banned everywhere. But eventually, once Nick Fuentes was popular, she decided, yo, I should totally get Nick Fuentes on my show. And she stabs him in the back, right? You'd think that these are two people that are both saying the Jews are controlling the world and they're evil and need to die. You would think that these guys would get along. But Candace Owens uses this as an opportunity to take down Nick Fuentes. And Nick Fuentes crashes out.
If you are, do you attend the mass?
I do.
Like, do you go every Sunday?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so you're like a committed Catholic, then obviously, like, the perspectives on family. I mean, I personally, and this won't be me lecturing, but I just feel like you really have no idea who you are until you start a family. And whether that means just marriage, some people who are struggling to have children, okay, fine. But there's such a growth that happens because of that, and I think it informs your beliefs in so many ways, and I think that was a huge turning point for me. Like, I wonder if I had been pressed with everything that happened last year, if I didn't have, like, the unshaken faith and my family, what would I have done? And sometimes when I see the things that you say, I do think, okay, he doesn't take into account family. It's just Nick. Nick is in his own world, which can be a quite selfish perspective, which is fine. That's what you're saying. You like being selfish is another way to say that. I want to give of myself to somebody else. But
so basically, she gets Nick on her podcast and basically just lectures him how he's a selfish baby and shit like that, which is, it's honestly, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're not his mom. Why are you giving him this speech?
I also think there's something less involved, which is to say, I could go and start a family.
I mean, personally, I think Nick Fuentes is gay, which is why he's in a relationship. I personally think he's gay, and we talked about it. So I bring that's my gay porn. And never watched gay porn. I'll be real.
Is this really the kind of a lifestyle? I can't make a living.
Could make a living. That does happen. He gets an unbelievable amount of harassment. And I personally, again, this is the guy that says he wants a holy war to kill the Jews. I don't think he should be banned everywhere. I don't think that's a good thing.
Trying to kill me, things like that. And what's more, I mean, let's also get,
and then here the crash out begins.
I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me, so.
He's right.
I know you're married, I know you're older than me, but you don't know me, you don't know my life, you don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman.
As a woman? Bro is going at her.
I don't think and then women go around telling them what to do. And, I don't really buy into
a woman telling me anything?
Ideologically, but that's besides the point. My life has been tumultuous from the beginning.
Yeah, so anyway, let's just say their podcast together did not go super well. All right, I'll be real. Their podcast together, let's just say, did not exactly make them best of friends. All right, now, interestingly enough, after they did this podcast, Candace Owens, literally, she did get cooked. I mean, Nick Fuentes popped off a couple of times, said, on this podcast, he said to her face, yeah, black people are... He literally said it to her. Candace Owens never released Bro, she invented dinosaurs? Oh my god.
And she's good looking. She's put together. You know, as women are. Women are good at being Barbie dolls, you know. This shit. They don't care about this stuff. They all want to do a talk show. So she want to do Barbara Walters, you know, tough interview. Okay. So anyway, so that was our collaboration. That was my thoughts on it. The being argument when they say, why don't these countries get ahead? Colonial, you're a colonizer. It's like, okay, but when we got there, they had no development. When we got to Africa, they had no technological development.
So you
no
think
recorded
that
history.
even if we weren't at war, and sure, you could say that you think that's a leftist argument, I would only push back on that because I've learned so much about just like recent history that I didn't know. But you think that the Middle East, like if we had done nothing in terms of the Middle East, that they would just be savages and just be like, you know, America didn't do anything to set. It doesn't set anything. It's like bombing a place.
Yeah, kind of. I think that we did say that because when they don't have political order, it prevents development and investment and things like that. But you know, again, when you look at the antecedents, history
So
is
yeah,
dark,
anyway,
like you said, with World War II in the 20th
they crashed
century.
out a little.
There's a reason that European civilization created this enormous gap between them and everybody else. And I don't think it was that it was white supremacy or it was unfair or something like that. I think it's because Europeans are smarter. I think that on average, Europeans
So to
are
use
smarter.
your argument against you, that could be said about Ashkenazi. They could look at you and say that's a leftist argument. We're just smarter.
I mean,
They are
I think
smarter.
they're
The smartest.
I would say that they were
Most importantly, his opinions and his perspectives. Here and agree with the things he's saying. Especially the whole, you know, kill all the Jews. I think that's pretty good. However, this guy, dude, is consistent. He has been consistent about this for a very long time.
tedious, getting into the screenshots, the drama, and above all else, you know, put some respect on my name. And I hit the nail on my head at the end. I kind of went off, and I said, "Look, I was 17. Look, you know, later than me. You became a truth teller later than me, and you haven't gone through a fraction of what I've gone through." And she wants to call me out. That's what she texted me. She goes, "I'm calling you out." And my response to that is, "Bitch, you have no right to call me out." And maybe it's time for you.
Oh my God! Two retards fight. This is easily my favorite type of content. Two retards fighting is always the greatest content.
Sit down and shut the fuck up. That was me, man. You want to say make me a sandwich? Okay. This is me, a man.
Bro, this is some flamboyant energy. I don't want to. I'm just saying, bro. We are watching a glorious crash out right now. Absolute cinema.
You a woman? Sit down and
Yeah,
shut
woman.
the fuck up. Don't call out anybody else. Sit down and shut the fuck up.
He hit him with one of those.
I got her book, Make Me a Sandwich. That's the book cover. Her book cover is her sitting cross-legged. I'm gonna sit her book is her
Has great genes.
sitting cross-legged making a sandwich.
sleeves. You want to call me? Sit down and shut the fuck up, bitch. That's what a man has to say. Make it sandwich and make it good. Turkey and provolone. Can you handle that? What I did eat last night. Turkey and provolone.
Yeah, so this is his response.
That's how I feel. And honestly, that's how I feel about it. Yeah.
So ever since they did this podcast together, and it's amazing, ever since they did this podcast together, this glorious podcast, which I absolutely adored, right? The podcast between Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens, they have been going at it a little bit here and there, a little bit, little by little, until they had this glorious thread. So Nick Fuentes says, why is Candace Owens trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein? For those of you not aware, this has been Candace Owens' newest project, rehabilitating Harvey Weinstein. In fact, I even have a clip of this to show you. Edgar, roll the clip. Yeah, so anyway, their podcast together did not go super well. Alright, I'll be real. Their podcast together, did not exactly make them best of friends. Alright, now, interestingly enough, after they did this podcast, Candace Owens literally, Nick Fuentes popped off a couple of times, said, like, on this podcast, he said to her face, that black people are inferior to white people, they're just less intelligent, and they're not as, they're inferior to white people. He literally said it to her. She's like, like, even to have a response to that. So, again, in that conversation, which is absolutely insane, Candace Owens, the Patreon, where people pay her to watch it. She never released it. And anytime anyone actually watched this, she would try her best to copyright strike them. She would copyright strike all of them. Is this not insane? So basically, no one was able to even watch this interview, which is the wildest fucking thing of all time. So Nick Fuentes responds to this because this all leads up to the current Crash Out. I feel like this is super important context for the current Crash Out. It's immoral. We've had enough. Anyway, so this is Nick Fuentes covering the situation.
Watch her shows. It's totally
Agreed. I agree with this guy. Yeah, Nick. Who's invented dinosaurs? Oh my god.
And she's cute, she's good looking, she's put together. You know, as women are. Women are good at being Barbie dolls, you know. And they all want to be Oprah. Brett Cooper, Candace Owens, they all just want to be Oprah. They don't care about this shit. That's all nonsense. They don't care about this stuff. They all want to do a talk show. So she want to do Barbara Walters.
It fucking figures you're my last customer. This steak can't get any worse.
You got what you wanted. So anyway, so that was our collaboration. That was my thoughts on it. The response from almost everybody said the same thing. They said she was emotional. She was triggered about race. She was being...
Yeah, triggered about race is... triggered about race was when he...
Well, come to think of it, it's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
Get ahead. Colonialism. You know.
She flamed out of Daily Wire for taking a stand against Israel, but now she's using the platform to defend the Democrat purpose of Israeli intelligence. To me, it's weird that they think that everybody is touching Israeli intelligence. That I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. It's fucking weird as shit. But everything is Israeli intelligence. I think that's insane. However, interestingly enough, I think it's covered this in my previous Candace Owens video. It's all just a bit suspicious. Hopefully you can reassure us. Thank you. And she says, I think the best way to handle this is for you to post a clip saying, I'm a real man again. And refer to me as a bitch a few more times to prove it. Because isn't a man calling a woman a stupid bitch? Is he even man? I think so. I think not. This is the way forward. Her sentences don't even make sense. Why don't you put the phone down and go make me a sandwich? And then, once you've calmed down and collected yourself, explain why you're trying to help Harvey Weinstein convince us to prank it and not the Jews. Again, he's consistent. He says the Jews are the bad guys. He's been pretty consistent. Candace Owens is a grifter. All right? I'm literally shaking right now. How will I ever survive being told to go make you a sandwich? You really are setting an example for real men everywhere. I'm trying my best to calm down and collect myself, but I'm a woman, so give me time. Bro, he's literally asking you why you're trying to rehabilitate a rapist. This is what he's asking you. Why are we doing this? Take all the time you need. Turkey, provolone, lettuce, and tomato, please. Easy mayo, thanks, hun. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. Everyone's thinking you are totally not a raging bitch. The thing is, I'm just not myself and I'm hungry. That's why I need a sandwich. So is that the joke from the Snickers commercial? So good. Keep going, Nick. Total annihilation cope ratio, bro. No way I can survive this. Bro, what are we doing? What the fuck? I'm bothered now. I just want to know why you're pushing Harvey Weinstein and Blanket. But you're being weirdly aggressive. Sometimes is the only way Thanos do what must be done. What is happening? What is happening? And then he just said, are you okay? To be honest, the walls are closing in. You're too close to the cover. I'm really Israel and Russia are working together to break down France. Actual cosmic meltdown. This is like a generational crash out. This is insane. And the funniest thing is, because both Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes are both attracted to men, they both need the last word. They're both exhibiting turbo feminine energy here. Alright, so that's the freaking bottom here. This is insane. The Hitlers are fighting, guys. This is insane. Totally talking about it. Of course, this is choice. And I've said this every single time. I prefer someone that's genuine over a complete fraud. Even if the genuine guy wants a holy war to kill all the Jews. Again, I've been pretty consistent all along. I'll be real. I have been insanely consistent the entire time. All right? I honestly respect the guy more that wants to... I respect the gay Mexican Hitler a lot more than the black female Hitler. I'll be real. Absolutely. Without a doubt. This is crazy. So now that you have the context, because this is actually what's happening, Nick Fuentes has Tucker Carlson. Alright, so that's his beef with Candace Owens, and this is his beef with Tucker Carlson.
This was an CIA
So this is talking about basically asked him like all these stupid nitty-gritty nuanced questions like, oh, you want to go to war with Iran? Well, what's the exact population of Iran? And he asked him like a lot of like really nitty-gritty questions. And now even though Nick Fuentes is on the Tucker Carlson wavelength in regards to not wanting to go to war with Iran, and he hates Israel and stuff like that, just like Tucker hates Israel, Nick Fuentes hates Israel, so they're on the same ideological side here. Even he called out Tucker Carlson for doing like this cringe ambush.
Propagandist. And I think that is literally by definition what Tucker Carlson is. I think he is a propagandist. And you know that because when Tucker Carlson agrees with the guest,
like Vladimir Putin and the supreme leader of Iran, by the way,
it's all softballs. The questions are, why are you so awesome? Why are you so honest? Why are you so brave? These kind of like rhetorical flourishes loaded up with sarcasm.
I learned very early on in life that you can tell a lot about a person based on how they treat workers, whether that be retail workers at a store, waiters and waitresses at a restaurant, fast food workers, anything. It's like a little cheat code into the human psyche. You can tell if someone's an insufferable douchebag based on how they interact with employees out in the world. If someone's being mean and disrespectful to someone that's just trying to do their job, then chances are they're a worthless asshole. And I don't need to be a licensed psychologist in order to diagnose them with terminal douchebag personality syndrome. But by far the most infuriating are the stupid douchebags, the troglodyte imbeciles that will get mad at the employees for decisions the company made, as if the employees had any say-so in whatever the fuck you're complaining about. You saw it all the time during the early pandemic when companies asked that the customers wear a mask, so the employees were forced to enforce the rule, and would face so much backlash from the customers as if they were the ones that made it. Like, they're just trying not to get fired. So you have all these inbred weirdos losing their mind like, how dare you muzzle me, you goddamn communist, telling me how to live my life. I will beat your ass in the parking lot. Bend over so I can suck a fart out of your butt. As if the employee that you're yelling at and threatening to beat up had anything to do with the actual thing you're complaining about. They had no say-so. They were just a fucking employee of the company doing their job. And it happens all the time in retail, but this was the first example I could think of since that was happening all over the place on Facebook back during the early pandemic. Just being rude, mean, and nasty to workers who are just doing their job is by far the easiest way to identify a piece of shit. And I'd love to show you a perfect example of this. This is a customer who's melting down at a fast food worker who quite literally did nothing wrong at all.
Every time I come here, like at the late night,
this man's face really tells the whole story. Hitting this guy with the Kubrick stare and just a little bit of shock. Right now, I'm gonna lecture at 3 a.m. here on absolute nothing. Man's hitting him with the SP improvement monologue here. He's absolutely rehearsed this in the mirror, hyped himself up like, I'm gonna give this employee a piece of mind. Imagine going to a fast food drive-thru and complaining that the food came out too quickly. That's the whole definition of that it arrives in that it is prepared quickly for you. You are arguing a non-issue for a guy who is very clearly not interested and doesn't deserve it. This guy is just doing his job at the midnight hour to serve your absolute incompetent, disrespectful, entitled ass, and you have the audacity to shit on him for it.
I mean, I'm sure my word means nothing to you, and I'm just telling you, you have the choice to have a different profession. This isn't a profession. I'm sure you're very incompetent and you have to be here. But I'm not being ignorant.
Yeah, definitely not being ignorant at all. Just some kind of unhinged lunatic going through the drive-thru to insult a worker who's done nothing wrong, saying that it's not that must be inconvenient. As if the guy recording has a fucking job. He absolutely just came from an affluent family. You can tell just by the way
I've been drinking, so like I come here to late night hours, I fucking hate it. It makes me sick.
Yeah, this absolute brain-rotted goofy goober just self-reports and says that he's been drinking. And he has it on camera and posted it himself. Go to this guy and confront him. It's time we rise up against this one employee who's doing his job. So he films it, posts it himself. I look pretty good here. Can't wait to share it. All his friends are fucking laughing. He is forever known as this greasy goblin that insults a worker for no reason whatsoever. And it is the ultimate delusion the one belittling and insulting this worker for his job, while I imagine person here. But just by the way he talks, I can tell that he's very entitled. He most likely came from an affluent family, driving around right now in a car his parents paid for. Probably after a night of drinking with the boys, desperately trying to get laid, but getting rejected for his millionth time. So now he's just mad at the world. Just full-blown bah humbug, going Scrooge right now. I'm going to
No, I'm sure you're very sorry about it. I'm sure you're very sorry about it. But you are very sorry. I'm sure you're not actually sorry, and you're just saying that because, like, whatever's happening, you're being recorded. So.
There is nothing this guy can say or do from this point forward that will convince me that he's not an absolute insufferable douchebag. This guy could quite literally put on the cape and become the real world Batman, and I would still think he sucks. I have no respect for people like this guy. I hate it. It drives me fucking nuts. And the fact that he also admits to drunk driving makes it even worse. He's the things I have the least respect for. Someone who's rude to workers for no reason, and a drunk
The adventure's going good. I don't know if I'm gonna wait to go to the next biome till after the blood moon, or if I'm just gonna go now and start. But I gotta go to the burnt forest first. That might be a better place to do the blood moon.
And then to top it all off, I saw this video and it made me even mad.
I just grab a pistol.
Was able to muster enough strength to hit the record button on his phone and I don't know how he was able to pull off such a Herculean feat. This is another classic example of some entitled asshole clown recording the slightest inconvenience, thinking that fast food establishment. So emboldened to record themselves belittling fast food employees to post on their social media pages that somehow they're on their side, like they're dunked and they're like a champion of the people. When that is never the case, it is delusion. And my heart breaks for fast food employees that have this kind of behavior. So I don't know how many videos I've made talking about shit like this, but it is frustrating as someone just seeing it. I can only imagine what it's like having to actually have this happen to you. Now, is it unusual to wait 15 minutes for your fast food? Yeah. But is it the biggest deal in the world? No. You can handle it like an adult. When he asked for a refund, they did bring him his food, so it sounds like it was just a mistake. And mistakes happen. There's no reason to throw this kind of tantrum. There is a much better way of handling it, and it's not this.
Nobody came and brought me my order, so I wanted a refund. As soon as I tell them I want a refund, they bring the food. I saw two people behind me go past, and you're telling me I can't get a refund.
All right.
Like, oh, I'm going to dog pile on them. That'll
Do I get any food? Yes, I got bacon and eggs. Alrighty, right.
It blows my mind. I can't even wrap my head around that thought process. Why? They haven't.
Because y'all service was horrible. It took about 15 minutes to get my food. I'm working right now. So I just want a refund. That's all I'm asking for.
Clearly, your work must not be that important to you if you're still sitting here arguing about this situation. You must not be in that big of a rush to get back to your job if you have the luxury of just being able to sit here and harass this employee. What, are you late to your shift at the stupid store or something? Like, you clearly aren't, you know, urgently trying to get out of there if you're taking the time to argue and film this whole interaction. Like, it blows my mind. Now, anyway, he keeps saying that, and fair enough, I suppose, but Bethany explains that she doesn't have the ability to do that because they need a general manager there to approve of refunds, so she's doing all she can by offering to just keep replacing the food. Even though he did eventually get the food, she's still offering a replacement like, hey, look, this is the most I can do. It's out of her hands. She doesn't own Arby's. She can't make the rules. She just has to play by them, and you're giving her so much shit for it.
I just want my money back. I just gave you guys my money, so it shouldn't be that hard to give me my money back.
That can make people dislike you faster than saying things like, oh, you're about to go famous on TikTok for this one, or shit like that. That is the biggest load of dirty barnacles. There's nothing more painful to the ears than seeing that phrase uttered by some asshole like this over something so trivial. Also, it's not exactly like the craziest video ever. I don't know why he thought this would go viral, but if it did, I don't know why he thought anyone would rally behind him. Nobody likes this kind of behavior, not even on TikTok. So even though this didn't go viral at all, even the 12 or 15 comments it has are all This is not a popular video from what I can tell. The only reason I saw it is just some people sent it to me on Twitter, because I cover shit like this pretty often. He truly believes that because he has a TikTok account with like 1,000 followers, that all of a sudden he has power here and is above these employees at Arby's. It's sickening.
So, I don't want my food replaced. I want the money. I want my money back that I just gave y'all. Literally 15 minutes ago that you had me sitting in this line. You served 2 people behind me, and I'm not leaving this line until I get my refund. And y'all want me back. What you saying? You gotta be a star.
Oh, he just keeps saying that line. You're gonna be a star. This one's gonna pop off on TikTok. This is going to elevate the TikTok page right into the mainstream, damn it. You guys don't realize how badly you fucked up by accidentally inconveniencing me in a very small way. You'll remember this moment for the rest of your life once I post this to TikTok. Don't know about Arby's taking 15 minutes for my order. Unbelievable.
This line will be backed up till I get my refund. Y'all already wasted your time. I'm working.
No, you're wasting your time, and you're clearly not working at all. You're making no effort to get back to your work. You just threatened to continue to sit there in this standoff to back up the line. So you just wait here forever for the fucking end of the universe. You're obviously not in any kind of rush to get back to work whatsoever. You are wasting your time and everybody else's time and looking like an absolute fool.
I will never come back to this place again. This woman just
Oh my god, like that's a threat. Like you're a huge pain in the ass. Like we want you to come back.
This guy really thought that somehow the video little bit, and according to some former fast food employees, doing that is a big no-no because now the till is going to be short, which means the GM is actually probably going to get punished for that. She probably will be in trouble when Bethany didn't do anything to deserve this. She didn't deserve this treatment at all. This guy is just an asshole. She tried so hard to fix the mistake by just offering the replacement of food which he wouldn't accept. She explained that she can't do refunds because it's part of the rule that the GM has to approve it. But she still did get his money back, breaking the rule to try and appease him and get him out of it. Now it's very possible that she will face some kind of trouble when the GM comes in because of this. It's just sad to see people act this way. Bethany did not make that rule, but as an employee of the restaurant, she is expected to follow it. And she still does it to try and help this guy and stop his graft. And he still posted this video to try and embarrass her or shame her and the restaurant and all that. It's awful. I hate that kind of shit so much. It's brutal. But anyway, wanted to talk about it a little bit. So yeah, every single one of us has turned to Google in our time of need when it comes to asking questions, whether it's medical related, like, you know, I jammed my finger playing basketball, what now? You get a million results telling you that what actually happened is you contracted the bubonic plague, or you ask for simple tutorials, how to replace your air filters, and you get WikiHow guides that just have you taking apart your air conditioning unit, or Quora, God forbid, giving you the absolute worst advice this world has ever seen. Point is, every question we have gets asked to Google, and sometimes you get terrible responses that are outright wrong. And I think this is most prevalent when it comes to phone and technology related inquiries. I'm sure all of us are guilty of trying the wet phone in rice thing. That was so popular, and as far as I know, actually did work in some cases, where if you like drop your phone in the toilet or in the sink or something, you immediately take it out and put it in a thing of rice, and then like in an hour or a day or whatever, it's better and fixed. Well, it doesn't work for every possible water-related damage to a phone, and that was a lesson that this guy learned the hard way and was not ready to accept, so he made a massive fucking scene about his phone being repaired.
Someone just told me this morning, I'm talking about a water-damaged phone.
Okay.
Someone told me this morning that they put a whole video camera in a bag of white rice and it solved the problem.
Okay.
Why would it not solve this?
This guy looks... Making look like one of the greasers from the outside. Maybe he just resembles a famous actor that I keep going back to, but I can't quite put my finger on it. White rice and fix the whole thing as if it's some kind of like white rice is this miracle potion that'll fix any phone damage.
Because white rice does not repair an electrical connection that's damaged.
How do you know what was wrong in there?
I went through
You
it.
didn't need to.
I went through it and looked, and I found
you.
the problem.
I asked you if white rice would repair it.
You
said no.
So you're saying the difference between brown rice, which you tried?
I didn't try brown rice.
I really wish we had the beginning of this, because it seems like they got into an argument of white rice versus brown rice and what's better at repairing damaged phones. Like, I feel like it's just going back to the Middle Ages, as if I took a phone back to, you know, the shaman, and I have to consult the local hobbit shaman when my iPhone's damaged. Like, hey, how do I fix this? I dropped it in the pond over there. Have you tried white rice? Like, I understand the white rice strategy, life hack can work maybe once or twice, or even more. I couldn't tell how effective it is, but it's not going to fix everything. If his phone was left in the water for a while and all the electrical circuits were kind of fried, white rice is going to somehow magically repair that. It's going to dry it out, great. It's not going to all of a sudden have to reassemble those connections. I'm not an expert here, but I would trust the person who is. And this is such a nonsensical argument on brown rice or white rice. Neither one of God, I hate that. Gives him the most punchable face. this snake oil salesman fixed my phone when I could have just put it in rice. Throw him in the slammer, please.
I can take it apart.
Okay, I don't care what was wrong because all it did was slide in water, sir. You told me flat out white rice will not repair that. Flat out. Exactly. Okay, that's not what I did.
I don't know what this fucking guy thinks white rice is capable of. Does he think they're like little nanobots that go in there and repair electrical devices? Like, I don't get it. I don't know why he thinks white rice is just this all-powerful entity that can fix all phones. I know for a fact he's not talking to people in person about this conundrum. He absolutely people. All of them were talking about white rice and chemtrails. So now he charged this.
Wow, that got out of hand real fucking quick.
I don't care what you did. No, I don't.
Okay, so what kind of world are you living where what is actually repaid and what you're told are two different things and you don't care to know the truth? Okay.
You can't handle the truth, you fucking wax statue. This man has told you a million times rice wouldn't work, and you don't know if rice 100% would have. I'm very confident that rice probably wouldn't have, but I don't even know the situation here. So, like, I don't know why he's even having this argument. It's so fucking worthless. He's just here to make a scene because he's got nothing else going on in his life, and he's just one of those people that thrive on controversy. He's here just enjoying the misery of this whole situation.
I can tell you the world is flat.
Why would you tell me it won't? It isn't.
Exactly.
Now the NPC he can't wrap his head around what just happened. This again highlights my point that there is no way. This guy did his job well, did exactly what the customer asked him to do, fix my phone. He did it, and there was still a problem. The man came back the next goddamn day to make a big hoopla about it. It's so frustrating to watch. Again, my heart goes out to anyone working in a field that involves dealing with customers. Like, it's miserable, and I'm wishing you the absolute best. I also hope that the second this video ended, this guy left the store and there was a torrential downpour. Just an absolute monsoon. A biblical storm blew through and once again waterlogged his phone, immediately breaking it. And then he went home, tried rice, and the whole goddamn thing just blew up. And now he's gonna have to get a new phone. If there's any justice in the world, that's how that played out in my fanfic. Anyway, that's really about it. Today I saw a video that perfectly demonstrates just
This isn't even a quest. I'm just in here looting for fun.
And just how ingrained in our DNA it is to post every second of every day online validation from complete strangers. It's reaching a point where it's becoming like an obsession for a lot of people to post everything all the time. And I swear to God, drinking an entire gallon of mercury is less poisonous than spending an hour on Twitter. You can drink arsenic and it's still less detrimental to your overall health.
I want a wrench so bad.
It's getting out of hand. And the video that I'm about to show is a babysitter who gets in an argument with the father of the child that she's babysitting because the dad is upset that he posted a photo of that child on Instagram without telling him. And when he's confronting her about it, like, hey, can you take it down? I really don't like that you did that. She's fucking flabbergasted. She's dumbstruck. Her whole universe collapsed. It was like she had just seen a ghost, like aliens just fucking invaded and blew her mind. The whole concept that because of that?
Shouldn't be posting photographs of my children on Instagram.
Well, she looks really cute in it.
She does look really cute, but why are you putting it on public? Anyone's going to look at that.
No one's going to think about it. No, your address isn't on there, your phone number isn't on there. It's just her face.
This caption here is going insano style. The parents I babysit for got annoyed I uploaded a picture of their child. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty reasonable thing to be annoyed about at the very least. And the fact that she posted this herself, once again, is delusional. People find their worst moments and post it online thinking they're right and expecting people to pat them on the back about it. Like, wow, what a champion. He really showed that father that posting a photo of his daughter online is actually a good thing, and he was stupid for thinking otherwise. He's just living in fantasy land here. Like, this is a load of dirty chronicles. They're wrong, it's arguable. It's totally understandable that the father would be upset. It is absolutely his choice whether or not photos of his child get shared online. It's not the babysitter's choice. There's no argument or defense here. It's completely understandable why the father wouldn't want pictures of his child posted online without his knowledge. I completely respect the decision not to post photos of their loved ones or their children or anything online. There's fucking weirdos out there. You don't know who's looking at that shit. It's not some obligation that you have to share everything from your life with the cyber world, the cyberspace. So it's just unnecessary, and if you don't want to partake in that, just don't. In fact, I encourage you not to. I don't think you need to be oversharing everything about your life online. Now, another thing I find very fascinating here is the babysitter says that she didn't share...
I might have the mushrooms to...
She only shared a picture of his child. The child's face and everything is now out there in public, and that's not a big deal. Which is wild to think of how quickly this mentality has shifted. I remember when social media first started to pop off, first started to get gas in that fire. The general consensus, not just shared with the geriatric veterinarians, but even like my classmates and everything, was don't post too much shit about yourself online. Like, people your name on the internet. Pictures of your face on the internet. Like to it, because there's sneaky people out there, some fucking freaks, and you don't want them to have that information. There could be some bad actors. That has completely vanished in the general public. Nowadays, it's considered creepy if you're not sharing photos of your face and updates on your life all the time online. You must be some kind of socially anxious weirdo, some loser.
Why are you even following me?
Well, I follow loads of people. That's the point.
Well, you don't follow your babysitter. That's weird.
I do follow my babysitter, and it's just as well I am.
One photo.
We're not going to pay you until you take that photo.
So she was scrambling around in the dark and thinks she found a diamond here to use against this guy for ammo. Why are you following me on Instagram, You have something to hide, tough guy, you fucking creep? So she's 16 years old and now this guy follows her on Instagram, so she's about to start accusing him of being a pedophile, some kind of low-life scumbag. Who follows their babysitter on Instagram? And I think that is so weak. I think that is an absolutely dog shit. They want to make sure Jeffrey fucking Dahmer or something. There need to be some level of background checking. And the best way of doing that is social media, where they share absolutely everything. It's a good way of gauging if this person if this father was Instagram posts and leaving weird emojis, obviously then we'd have a problem here. Then we have ourselves an EDP situation. But with everything in this video, that's not the case. He just follows her.
Well, I'll just...
Complete trash. To say the father is because you're getting offended that he's upset at something you did wrong is beyond stupid. It's so fucking dumb. To not pay her till she deletes the photo, I think it's totally you've done something very much against you won't be compensated for just 2% of a deleting photo. It's a super simple request. You shouldn't have taken the photo or posted the photo without talking to the father first, so the least you can do is take it down and then receive your payment for this and wash your hands of the situation. It's just so easy, but she's making a big fuss about it, making a whole song and dance out of it.
How old are you?
You shouldn't be even babysitting. You haven't got a DBS.
You hired me.
Didn't realize there was an age limit on Instagram. Well, like, you're lost in this sauce now. Oh, you're so weird. You have an Instagram. How old are you? Goofball, huh? You ancient fossil stupid goober. You have an Instagram? You're going to jail. Hope you like going to the slammer, you fucking pedophile. Wait until I call up the police and tell them that a 45-year-old man has an Instagram, huh? Yeah, they might just come over here and execute you on the spot via firing squad for your pedophile crimes against humanity. Signing up for Instagram when you're 40-something years old. Despicable.
I'm 16 years old. I'm still in school.
So you could be doing anything.
Well, you know that I'm not like that.
I'm shocked. We're gonna have to tell everyone that you're a bad baby.
Threatening to just he's not even being like over the top aggressive or mean about the situation. Like, his only threat so far is we're gonna have to call you a bad babysitter. Like, that's something you say to your dog. Don't do that again. I don't like that. Please. You know, like, he's not even being like an asshole here. He's 100% in the right. He is completely justified in being annoyed and frustrated with her, and yet he's still going to pay her, assuming, of course, that she just takes down the photo, which is super easy. It's super simple. Like, everything she's doing is so over the top and downright criminal. To falsely accuse this guy of being a pedophile.
Say, I'm not for words. What I want to do is, will you please take that photograph off Instagram and we can move on from this? You can get your money, you can go home, Isabel can be safe.
Is that it then? Just take the photo down and that's it? You give me the money and I go?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say.
Well, that's fine then.
Finally, a happy ending, a great, satisfying conclusion here. She gets paid for the babysitting job and they both go their separate ways. End of story. Until she posted it all online. For TikTok clout, I guess. She should have been feeling overwhelming embarrassment from this whole situation, and yet she felt pride that she'd be getting a lot of internet likes for it because she stood her ground against an unreasonable father or something, I guess? I don't even know what angle she was trying to go with here. She just looks really fucking awful here. She looks downright evil. To just blatantly, like, go on this tangent about how this guy's a pedophile because he followed her on Instagram is so crazy to me. The whole thing is just so wild. And I'm about to make a really obscure reference that I feel like a lot of people aren't going to pick up on or appreciate. But the father in this video really sounds like the Duck brothers from Courage the Cowardly Dog. They were only in like 1 or 2 episodes, but they're the ones that are like, stop laying eggs, we're Duck brothers. Those guys, he sounds just like them. So I don't know if he's done voice acting in his past, but he is like extremely close to their voices. It has nothing to do with anything, I just want to get that out there before I forgot to mention it. But yeah, I think this is just a perfect demonstration for how distorted people's perception of reality has become.
Trader Rick is open for business. Buy Rick or get Rick.
Or information about themselves. Privacy is still a good thing. Privacy is still a great thing. I don't know why privacy has been vilified all of a sudden. I think it's great. Keep things to yourself. You don't have to post shit online. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit. So yeah. I've been using the word delusional a lot recently to describe some people and companies. And it's not because I think the word's become watered down and I'm using it loosely. It's because I legitimately think more and more people are being infected with some brain rot that is making them more and more delusional and slipping deeper into lunacy. And I'd like to talk about one of the most maliciously stupid people on the planet. His name's Billy McCullough. And if this picture looks familiar to you, it's because this is the goober behind Fire Festival, one of the most infamous scams of all time. I probably don't need to explain what that served 4 and he's currently out of prison right now. He's $26 million in debt because he has to repay all the victims, and he's hatched a genius idea.
Morning. Great. Here you go. Don't spend it all in one place.
I shit you not. I'm not making this up. I'm actually starting to believe in those tinfoil condom conspiracies about the government putting shungite and fluoride and 5G Wi-Fi signals in our toothpaste that are scrambling our noodles. Because that is the only thing that can explain...
Name's not important. What is word of advice? Next time, bathe before coming to a job interview.
Alright, give me a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom and get more coffee.
I'm not even making that up. He is calling it pirate, a name that is synonymous with stealing. I mean, who wouldn't download a
Oh, stretch in first. I'll be right back. Let me put my be right back up.
Stealing the booty. And in this case, stealing your money for, once again, a remote island extravaganza. Billy McFarland has learned nothing. He went to jail for the same fucking thing, and he's doing it again. That is poetic. I couldn't imagine a character being written this stupid. No one would believe it. He is actually a real-life version of Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but instead of just saying buttered toast, the only thing that runs through this guy's absolutely damaged cranium is party. And he's not even good at partying. He doesn't even successfully have a party, ever. He's so fucking horrible at partying that he goes to jail when he tries. It blows my mind. I've watched 2 interviews of his since being fresh out of prison, and he is observably stupid. Listening to Billy McFarland defend himself and speak publicly is like listening to someone fart through a walkie-talkie for 30 minutes. It's just garbled nonsense that leaves his mouth. I probably can't show any of the interview clips, but here's one of the quotes from one of them. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they're like, you can crawl in a hole and die, or you can go and try to do something and just like not promise any results, McFarland said. You absolute goofball. He seems to believe that the reason he got spanked by the legal process is because he promised things that he wasn't able to deliver on. That's only a small component of it. It is so much more than that. You maliciously defrauded people, took $26 million, and delivered nothing. So by throwing this festival again and not promising anything, if you still just have people show up to a vacant, empty place to stand in sand for days, you're still scamming them, even if you didn't promise that fucking Cardi B's gonna perform or whatever. Yeah, like, I don't know why that's such a hard concept for him to understand. He's selling a festival, but what he delivered is basically a fucking pile of sand for people to stand in for a wildly high price. This would be like if I made a game and I charged $60 for it, like a AAA title, and then you bought the game, but the only thing there was just a completely empty, open terrain, Unity asset flip. There's nothing in it. You're in a giant empty bubble. Like, yeah, you know, technically this is a game. You bought it, now you're in that game. But you still got fucking scammed by me because there's really nothing there when you went under the assumption that there would be. Just let me rub your nose in this one more time. McFarlane insists it's not a festival. It features a slew of influencers and creators. The purported tropical experience will include virtual reality technology that the company says will allow users to participate and control what happens on the island in real time from home. Absolutely no shot. Who does this guy think he is? Tony Stark? Like, what do you mean? You already made this technology? You have an entire development studio behind you that made a virtual reality experience to control what happens on the island in real time? You slimy salamander, you couldn't deliver more than a handful of deli meat sandwiches to an island. How the fuck is anyone supposed to believe that you're going to deliver a virtual reality experience on an island and this time around it won't be a disaster? When you're promised, well, sorry, I won't use the P word, that's blasphemy around these parts when it comes to Billy McFarland now. How are you insinuating that this might actually happen without being a complete catastrophe? I also can't believe he's making the bold-faced lie about influencers and creators signing on for this. There is no way. If any influencer or creator actually ties their name to this, it's career suicide. This is a bigger scam than CryptoZoo with Logan Paul.
no one would recover from the pushback from their audience. They would be laughed off the internet if they actually tried promoting Pirate Festival here. There's just no way he has any connections to anyone, and there's no way anyone would actually sign on to this. If I'm wrong about that, and there actually is creators that sign on to this, you should know never to trust those people again going forward. That would be a massive red flag. That's a goddamn villain at that point. You probably don't even need to read the rest of this here, but I'll still put it on screen anyway. Former employees and people that were tight with Fyre Festival are warning about Billy, saying Billy's still Billy, he's using different words but selling the same thing. Similarities are there around the vague, mysterious promotion. Pirate appears to be an exercise in smoke and mirrors, buzzword and empty promises of lavish trips to the Bahamas. It's just everyone coming out to letting people know what should be obvious. Don't put money into Billy McFarland or anything he dribbles out of his asshole. You're just asking to lose it. If you're considering getting tickets to Pirate Festival or investing, then I would strongly recommend seeking psychiatric evaluation for what's gone so awry in your life to lead you to making such recklessly awful financial decisions. That wad of cash that you're considering giving to Billy McFarland and his production, I would highly encourage you to take it and just put it in your trash can, and then light the trash can on fire. That's a better use of it than giving it to Billy McFarland. Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention, there's a treasure hunt that he's putting on as well with Pirate. So when you go to their website, it's all about this treasure hunt. So it's join the crew, a pirate is someone who turns the impossible into adventure. That's a pretty wild play on piracy, unless we're just talking about One Piece. Usually, pirate refers to, once again, stealing, and I guess treasure hunting, but usually at the expense of someone. Right now, the treasure Billy McFarland is hunting for is a way out of $26 million in debt. And do you want to be his lifeline, his little life raft to get the fuck out of there? I certainly hope not. He doesn't deserve it. This idea is bad, so bad, that it should be considered criminal activity that he's even considering it and looking to actually put it on. Billy McFarland is one of the biggest fraudsters in history, and he is looking to do it again. I guess he wasn't happy with being just one of the biggest fraudsters. He wants to be the biggest fraudster. So he's hoping lightning strikes twice with yet another bogus festival full of dog shit, empty promises, and under-delivering. To put it lightly, it didn't deliver at all. It wasn't under-delivering. It just never even came close to anything that he talked about. But this time around, he's not making huge promises, and he's not on a strict deadline, so he's saying it's going to be totally different, which it won't be. There's absolutely no chance. So yeah, I just thought this was a pretty wacky story I wanted to share. That's about it. So yeah. Disney, supposedly the happiest place on Earth, oftentimes leads to the most rowdy of individuals going ballistic. It sometimes starts to look like a Waffle House at 3 a.m., like fights break out, you know, bad blood, all kinds of like grudge matches, brawls. I don't know what it is about Disney, but it brings that demon out of people from time to time. And today we're going to be looking at a magical meltdown that just happened in one of the Disney parks from an insufferable asshole making an absolute fool out of himself to a degree that even Walt Disney's rolling over in his grave at the pure hostility that this guy was able to showcase over something so small.
Walk, they cut on the walk where you guys walking stuff. We're all going to the same place. You don't give a fuck, bro. You're a fucking nerd, dude. I'm not arguing on fucking people.
Surprise, you all just fell victim to one of Charles's classic practical jokes where I convinced you that it was one insufferable asshole, but in reality, it's an entire group of them. And one of them even hits a Fortnite emote here by doing like the crying motion with his hands. That is so unbelievably cringe. So the story here is this group cut everyone in line at Epcot, and then when people rightfully pointed out that it's disrespectful to do that, this group had the gall to make a big stink about it and get mad at everybody else, which is a load of dirty barnacles. So then one person started filming and then posted this video, which exploded online. Now, while the whole group does suck fuck, there is one clown amongst them that shines brighter than all the rest, and he's about to introduce himself.
Fucking Harry Potter, nigga. Shut the fuck up. Bro. Is that supposed to be an insult? Yeah, shut the fuck up. Run. I don't give a fuck. You shouldn't have said shit to me. Mind your business. You shouldn't have cut everyone. Mind your business.
They did it. I got here before
Our group, when you get up, they cut on the walk. They cut.
God God, this whole group looks like they accepted an open casting call for background extras in Stranger Things.
So then, fuck you. You're a nerd, bro.
His main insult is calling this guy a nerd. That is some childish nonsense right there. I'll say some childish phrases ironically, but this guy keeps using it aggressively, as though he thinks it's legitimately like some kind of big dunk. I was half expecting him to whip out stupid face, like, hey, stupid face, loser. And then his friend is only making it worse by Fortnite emoting like this. I have expected the third goober there to start doing the L dance or whatever. Like, it's so embarrassing, and it's all caught on film.
I'll never let nobody disrespect my girl. Bitch, she's a bitch. I don't disrespect females. You're a bitch.
Welcome. You're here too.
Who are you? I thought you were talking. All you're doing. I play football at the University of Central Florida. Show 'em, pussy.
And here's that main clown that I was talking about, front and center here, even posing for his big moment, his glory. He says that he plays football for the University of Central Florida. But would you believe me if I told you that that's just a complete fucking lie? This tough guy here had to start making shit up in order to be intimidating. Then this video blew up to such a big degree that the actual UCF University had to come forward and denounce him, saying, "We don't know who this maniac is. He does not play for the UCF football team and never has." And it turns out he doesn't even go to UCF. He actually pulled out a fan fiction here to puff out his chest. It's baffling. And also, it's not just the guys of the group that are like going haywire, like hog wild here with emotes. The girlfriends are doing just as much. One of them is doing this gesture, which I don't even know what this is. What is this, like the Shrek ears or something? Like, all of them are just busting out idle animations like they're malfunctioning Sims characters. It's so bizarre. And they are the ones in the wrong. They cut in front of everybody, and then everyone said, hey, that was disrespectful. And they get so mad about it.
You're a fucking thank you. Oh my gosh, what are you gonna say? Guys, I'm not mad. Yeah, true. You're right. Say that again. Record this. Yeah, record me, homie. What you want? You want my name, social security? What you want? I make money, homie. I'm a businessman, but actually, I'd like to know
the number one sign of extreme insecurity. He immediately starts talking about how much money he makes out of nowhere. What does it have to do with cutting people in line at a Disney theme park? What the fuck is going on? This man is fighting demons. He's fighting his inner ghosts right now in public. And Jesus Christ, it's cringe. And his goofball sidekick there that's latched onto him like a leash thinks it's the most hilarious thing ever. When he's doing this gesture, he's just busting out laughing like side-splitting comedy. He only has two emotions. This and at everything. That's it. That is the number one sign that you lost. That is worse than waving a white flag. You are surrendering. If you try and pull the Uno reverse, I'm going to record you. It's kaput. That is game, set, and match. You got fucking stumped. That is always the surest sign of defeat.
Record you back. Shut up, fella. Go the fuck back and shut the fuck up. Come on.
He's going Insano style now. Friendly fire. Just pushes the girl back, which is part of their crew, and then he tells her to shut the fuck up. You remember a second ago where he talked about how he'd never let anyone disrespect his girl and he would never disrespect a female? Let me go ahead and jog the memory here real quick. I'll pull up a replay on the Jumbotron for you.
I'll never let nobody disrespect my girl. I don't disrespect you. You're a bitch.
Well, that statement didn't age super well. Except him. No one pushes his girlfriend around except for him. He's the only one allowed to put hands on her. That shit is
Ah!
All that is vile behavior. But what's truly diabolical is him getting physical with women, shoving this girl away. And this is someone that went there with them.
I'm making a 2-2.
Yeah, your ears didn't deceive you. She just called them a slur. And then that NPC I was talking about earlier that only has loads, bits, and laugh goes into factory reset settings and lets out a hysterical Joker laugh. Like this nasally squeal that vaguely resembles the Joker.
Good. I'd shake your hand, but I bet you got dysentery the way you smell. Well, I got just the job. Well, don't just stand there with your thumb up your ass. Go do the goddamn job.
He wants to be famous, and the only way he can do that is to suckle a little bit of fame out of my ditty.
You break any of my shit, you're paying double.
Yes, all of the clout that he has to give away like Santa Claus. He just has such an abundance of clout. It's just so painful to listen to him. Just a narcissistic douchebag weirdo.
Thank you very much, and now you can go fuck yourself.
To end up like that, just actual
Meow meow meow.
From the inside out.
I didn't know. Am I on pause? Yeah, I'm unmuted. Hey, Shoujo, how you doing? You want to come in? There you go.
He doesn't play football for the UCF or anything at all. He is just so wrapped up in his own delusion that I think he's starting to believe it himself. He's entering into a different dimension of delusional. And everyone already saw him shove the girl that he was with, so no one keeps trying to say that he doesn't disrespect females. He literally just fucking gave her like a hockey body check out of there and everybody. Like, what do you, I don't know why you're trying to keep saying that you're not going to ever be disrespectful to females. And then he finishes by saying he won't talk to females either. So this guy is completely out of his mind.
Don't say shit to him, bro. Looks like Harry Potter. What is this? What is this? You guys.
So what happened with these girls?
They were up front of everybody. They're trying to play with Skippy because we walked up to our girlfriend. I make money. I don't argue with people. I make money.
All you've done is argue at people. And just randomly keep talking about how you make money. By arguing with who? It's so confusingly disconnected from reality. Any friend that he so badly wants to be one of the best, he tries to get his attention. He's like, bro, who's this? Who's this? And he tries to do like an impression. Then like, I don't know, his Windows operating system in his brain or something because he put a blue screen. I don't know what he was trying to do with that, but it didn't land. His friend didn't even look at him. Nobody laughed, and then the Disney manager showed up. And then he tries to make it seem like they're innocent. Oh, they're mad because we walked up to our girlfriends. You still cut in line in front of everybody. Like, it's people say that's disrespectful and a bit rude. Like, you can still say that. Like, you're still in the wrong.
You're how old? I'm 21. I got more money than I ever did ever.
What's your name? I guarantee he desperately wishes he could take those words back. That's probably one of his biggest regrets in his life. He issued a challenge.
Didn't realize that was broken. Said that when they called him the N-word, which, you know, it's hard to say if that's true or false considering we don't have any evidence of it because he said it happened before the video came on, but
I feel like if that was the case, it would have been addressed at some point within the 3-minute meltdown. They would have said like something to him, like, "Why would you say me in there?" But never once. Anybody in that. So I do find it kind of hard to believe that that was the catalyst here. I tend to lean more towards like the official story here, that these assholes cut in line. People pointed out that it was rude, and then they got mad at them for pointing it out, and it led to this whole hoopla, this massive song and dance. That's what I think is the true story here. But anyway, I wanted to share this because what an embarrassing fucking meltdown. That's about it. Yeah. When you think of a hero, the first thing that pops in your head is probably like Spider-Man or Iron Man or something. But for me, when I think of a hero, I think of anyone who has to work in retail, food service, reservation, any job where you have to interact with a customer. Those are the real heroes. I have always said and always will say that any job that requires you to interact with customers is an absolute nightmare. Hell on earth. You're constantly experiencing the worst humanity has to offer every single day. Swallowing rusty nails would be less
What
painful.
if you drink all the coffee? I'll kill you.
Everyone on this planet can agree on that rude customers are the lowest of the low. I have more respect for cockroaches.
Hey,
than
jerk,
I do
you
some
need some.
douchebag
What are you standing there for? Don't you have work to do? You got money this time, or you just here to piss me off?
biggest pet peeve. In fact, I'd say it's probably my biggest pet peeve. I hate that shit. And today there was a video that was
All
doing
that
pretty viral
gawking
on
at
TikTok
goods,
about
and
a
that's
guy
all
who
you
goes
buy?
to GameStop, and it is so embarrassing. I couldn't help but just talk about it a little bit today. Let me show you it.
Hey, what's going on, man? Listen, I'm recording you just because I have the hardest time recording this. You tell me no, I'm finna go ahead and sue you.
I see this shit all the time. If you don't help me fix this problem that is my fault, I'm going to sue the entire company. What do you expect me to do? Start traveling like, oh, please, don't sue the company. Oh no, oh goodness gracious, oh please, anything but that, shaking their fist. I'll do anything to fix it. Oh my god, just let me rectify this situation. Like, why do you expect the employee to give a fuck if you sue the company? Why is this GameStop employee all of a sudden gonna try and defend the company? I will not allow you to besmirch the good name of GameStop like this. I will fix your problem immediately. Now that you've threatened legal action. Like, they have no say-so in the corporation. You know, this guy isn't John GameStop here. Like, he doesn't care. Who the fuck cares? I just can't wrap my head around
John
this
GameStop.
thought process here. If I go after the company, surely the employee is now going to be able to magically fix my issue. It's not their company. They don't care. They're just an employee. It's not like they're married to it. It's not, you know, they don't care. They shouldn't care. It just makes no sense to me. But all power to this guy. If you want to sue GameStop and lose all your money in legal fees, please, go right ahead. It'll be a really fun, goofy headline to read. I encourage you to sue GameStop. And it's really silly in this case because it's GameStop. It's not exactly a booming corporation. Like, what are you going to sue GameStop for? They're NFTs? Like, you really stand to gain nothing out of it anyway? The whole thing is just a fucking disaster, and this guy's an absolute clown.
It doesn't have nothing to do with this. I just need somebody to tell me no on video so I can go ahead and sue GameStop.
Awareness where he acknowledges that he has nothing to do with this situation, but then still continues to make a big scene out of it. Jesus Christ, it's so painful. I'd rather teabag a barrel of plutonium.
I'm just trying to get my money back here. I bought the PS5 bundle, and then they made me buy a whole bundle, which isn't even on my receipt. I didn't sign no contract on it as a policy. Yeah. I didn't hear it even when I bought it. So yeah, I got pressured into buying a bundle. I didn't even want it. So I got 3 games and a charging port. I kept the controller there.
You got pressured into buying a bundle, and now you regret it. Well, what do you mean you got pressured into buying a bundle? What, did the employees throw it against the lockers like it was football hazing? Mr. Gossett,
and fuck shit up.
Guy who got pressured into buying to come make another big scene to the manager of GameStop. And this happens every single time. The customer is the one recording this. It blows my mind how an event like this, it's always the biggest asshole that's recording it thinking they're right. He posted this in full confidence thinking that TikTok would be on his side. But instead, all they did was lean his ham. They fucking slam dunked this guy across all of TikTok and on YouTube. I saw Jamari made a video about this as well. This guy's just become an absolute laughingstock. And it is incredibly avoidable in multiple ways. A, not making a big financially that you regret. Your fault. And two, not filming it yourself. You could have just not filmed it. And three, if you had the compulsive desire to film it, you couldn't fight the urge just scratching your neck. Yes. Okay. Like there was 3 ways of yourself being an absolute and somehow all 3 ways to this.
You guys trying to if that was the most.
There's fucking 2 of them.
It'll be $15 and like 5 toothpicks.
Alright. Solve that problem.
So that's what I'm saying, y'all. Yeah.
That's the classic. You work at GameStop, which means you are GameStop. So all of my problems are your problems. Telling him to quit if he doesn't rep GameStop. It's your fault. You signed the receipt. You didn't have to pay $800 for the bundle if you didn't want to. You not only signed the receipt, you walked out of there, and you went home, you marinated on it, and then you came back and made a big scene about it. Like, it's your fault. It's not this guy's fault. Telling him to quit his job is since the video was floating around, and that's really about it. So yeah, this video is blowing up on Twitter right now because it is just absurd. It's going to make a lot of people rightfully upset knowing that this we almost executed a man over the sound of an acorn falling. So in a nutshell, what happened is officers arrived at the scene, they take a person in the back of his vehicle, and as one of the officers walked by him, and this noise startles him. It's like a dog on 4th of July hearing fireworks. And he freaks out and He is actually fighting his own emotions. He thinks he got shot. He's rotted from the inside out. He's like, I got shot. Like he's doing a fucking Murloc sound effect from Hearthstone. It's all make-believe. Fucking SpongeBob and Patrick in their box couldn't drum up an imagination like this. But there's a very real person in harm's way that he is shooting at over nothing. So he's lying on the ground. Fucking red into his vehicle. And they find he has done nothing to shoot at the officer or put the officer in harm's way. It's Then he starts like really going through it thinking he's been shot. Not like this. I won't go out like this. He just crawls away. It's so fucking pathetic. Because it was an acorn that fell. And I don't know how you can be this delusional. Dangerously delusional. Someone almost died from it. Yeah, Goober, you feel weird because you drank a stupid potion at some point. This man's on the moron thinking that he got shot. All because he heard the sound of an acorn falling. The reason you feel weird is probably because you're experiencing psychosis, is what's going on. It's like, you know what the word hero is, but I mean, look at the valor displayed by this individual here. Taking a shot on duty, returning fire. I promise you, my friend, that squirrel that knocked the acorn will never make that mistake again. It'll think twice about knocking acorns in the future. Look at the ramifications here, the consequences of your actions. This man waged war on the squirrels and came up victorious. Fucking champion. A patriot. Now I want to show you this from the other officer's point of view. Unfortunately, you don't get to see a super cool combat role, but I still want you to see what it looks like from a distance. Actually, before I do that, I want to show you my stream reaction to it, because I learned about it on stream last night, and I didn't show the shooting on stream because I didn't know how YouTube would respond to that being on a live stream. But I still want to put this out there, and then I'll show you the other officer's perspective. Okay, I can show you part of this. No fucking way. Officer Danger over here. Officer Action goes crazy. The double combat roll combo. You don't often see that maneuver. That man was hitting some Dark Souls rolls there. All because he heard the acorn fall on his car. And I couldn't buffer the second roll. Oh no. Yeah, I definitely can't pull it up because they start shooting at that car. Luckily, no one gets hurt, but it looks like he thinks he got hit because he hit his knee on the ground, from what I can tell. And then he just hits him like the Zoidberg. He goes like a fucking Hearthstone sound effect. He doesn't get. They sound like they've never used a gun before, but it looks like it too. But I mean, you know he's been practicing that combat role. That shit was textbook. This video was from November. The cop who dodge rolled was fired. Really, that's pretty rare. I guess it was so cringe they're like, shit, we can't keep you around. Absolutely not. So now that you got to see it firsthand, hardcore Indian style, let's go ahead and see what this FTL game looks like from the outside. Let's see what the other officer got to witness. Just scurries away like a cockroach, and the way that he like pretends to get shot, it reminds me of when you're a kid playing with your friends and you're just doing like imaginary cops and robbers. You're like bang, 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 and then someone has to pretend they got shot. Like, ooh, that's exactly what happens there. And the officer is just like kneeling down, bang, 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 oh, and then like capsizes and falls over on the road there, and then he just starts crawling away. Oh, good lord, that's so frustrating to know that there's an officer out there, or was an officer out there like this, who can somehow hear an acorn fall and be like, shoot at my car, quick, kill him. And I just have to wonder, what do you even do when the dust settles and you realize, oh, that guy in the car never had a gun, never shot back. Oh, wait. Buddy, I'm so sorry. It looks like it was an acorn that hit the cop car. I'm so sorry we shot at you for fucking 19 bullets in a row. Yeah, what a whoops-a-daisy moment. Oh my god. Sometimes I'm just so silly. Anyway, let's head to the station. Also, we're going to add an extra charge there for putting me into a state of frenzy. That's going to be on you. If we didn't have to get called out here in the first place, I wouldn't have had to hear an acorn fall and freak out. So that's going to be an additional charge. Like, what do you do? Because you have and for some reason there's a threat to your life. I love this section too. Interviewed after the incident by Michael Hogan, an investigator, the deputy said he suddenly heard a suppressed weapon firing. I felt an impact on my right side, like upper torso area. When shown images from his body cam footage, the acorn hitting his car, Mr. Hernandez asked, acorn? And Mr. Hogan confirmed, acorn. It's a fucking skit out of a cartoon, except it's real life and almost cost someone their life. Almost just killed this guy over this fucking weirdo thinking an acorn was a suppressed weapon. Questioned if he could... But there's obviously an acorn hitting the roof. What the fuck? Now, like distinguishing gunshots from acorn sounds, like ambient noise and the difference between gunshots and that, like it's wild to me that we almost had someone die because a fucking acorn fell on the car that they were in. Scary stuff. Mr. Hernandez did resign, which is good, no longer an officer, hopefully never will be again. Hopefully won't ever have a firearm to their name again because they are not safe with one. Clearly, if they're willing to discharge it upon hearing an acorn. But yeah, I just had to share this a bit because, man, that is some sick shit right there. Luckily, the individual in the car was not killed from it. So, that's really about it. Yeah. I have to say Uber. I apologize because I know that people are tired of hearing about AI, but I can't fight this urge. It's like Gollum with the one ring here. The more and more I read about this dweeb, the less and less I can resist speaking about it. An AI artist, and that is a word I'm using very loosey-goosey when referring to this gentle sir, has the chutzpah to attempt to appeal the Copyright Office's decision to reject copyright protection to his AI-generated art piece. His name is Jason Allen. How have you seen this picture that he AI generated in an art competition like 2 years ago, and it was a huge story because won an art contest, so it led to a lot of hoopla. He tried to copyright was rejected. He's attempting to I believe copyright laws made the right decision, saying no and just on that. Copywriting an animated piece of trying to copyright a fucking website that you had. It's so silly. It's just so pretentious and misleading that it is to talk about this. He described his creative journey as an iterative process where he provides detailed and repeated prompts to generate images. He argues AI is simply another tool like it's a device that can use the technology to provide more. Hey pal, just blowing. Alex, the camera does not create anything for you. You behind the camera and the brush still have to make the art. It does it for you. Disney Channel hold out the brush and you make the Mickey Mouse ears and it just appears before you. You still have to be talented in order to use the tools. I personally generated hundreds of silly AI talent for it whatsoever. So that is a portrait I made of myself. I'm sure you can see the resemblances really captured my appearance one-to-one. And to expand on that even further, here's a portrait I made of my father in the same course that year at college when I was doing art. That piece still makes me laugh to this day. That, I think, is probably one of the finest things that has ever been put to paper. Like, since the beginning with Papyrus till this day, I think that is the finest artistic work ever created, that portrait of my fucking dad. But now, let me show you what my AI art looks like. Here's some Heisenberg pieces that I generated 2 years ago. Wow, I made that a lot better, didn't I, Jason? It's stupid. To make the argument that AI is just a tool and you still need to have talent as an artist to use it, like it's some kind of Excalibur or something that you need to train with, is outrageous. It is delusional. Look at me using actual art tools, and you can see I am not a talented artist at all. And I took 2 years of art courses and only marginally improved. That is something you have to work at for years. With AI art, I type in a single sentence and it does it for me. To compare a brush and a camera to generated art, like using Midjourney. I also couldn't resist throwing a little tea party and playing a sad song on the world's smallest to call it a creative process, is just hitting enter multiple times. As he said, he just repeats the prompt enough until it spits out an image that he's satisfied with. Where is the creative process? You type in a sentence and then just have it keep silly. AI continues to evolve. It is important that our legal framework adapts to protect horseradish because it has nothing to do with creative expression. To generate AI art on your own, go wild. I don't think there's anyone in the world who actually gives a shit. If you want to make James Corden as Vegeta destroying planet Namek and use Midjourney for it, go for it. Nobody cares, man. It's when you try and sell it and try and license it and copyright it, this and that people obviously take an issue because it's ridiculous, man. And let's not pretend this is about creative expression, Jason. It's all about how he's not able to make money off of AI art. He's saying that the copyright denial significantly impacted his career. I have experienced price erosion in the sense that there is a perceived lower value of my work, which has impacted my ability to charge industry standard licensing fees. I don't know who the fuck would pay for AI art in 2024. If you like an AI art piece, just generate it yourself. Jesus Christ, like, you can just do it yourself. Why would you ever pay money for it? But whatever. He then went on to say that it put me in a terrible position with no recourse against others who are blatantly and repeatedly stealing my work. Ironic, don't you think, Jason? AI art is trained on real art in order for it to generate the way that it does. You're blatantly just stealing their work and copying it in order to generate pieces based on it. I also love that there's a little peek under the hood here. We get a little taste of the secret sauce. He told the office that he created the art with the generative AI system Midjourney by testing hundreds of prompt iterations. My god, breaking labor. He typed hundreds of words, damn it, and altered it with Photoshop. Yeah, I'm sure he did a ton of altering. The office rejected Allen's application after he refused to disclaim the parts of the image that Midjourney generated. Mr. Allen had a specific artistic idea conceived of in his mind, and he used Midjourney as a tool to create an artistic expression of that idea. Such creative input is on par with that expressed by other types of artists and is capable of copyright protection. Goofball, I have hundreds of artistic ideas and visions in my head that I can never bring to life because I'm not a talented artist. What separates me from actual talented artists? That's the whole point, man. And it's fine if you want to generate what's in your head using AI art. I don't think that's a big deal at all. The problem comes when you try and copyright it, you try and sell it, or you try and deceive people with it, or you try and use AI art tools as a means of pushing out real artists. That's the main problem with AI art. I'm sure you've all heard it a million times, but it's true. Companies are going to be shifting to AI art cheaper, and they can generate art without needing to pay actual artists a salary or anything. And it is a grim future because of things like that. But if you want to generate AI art pieces that just take what's up here in your noodle and put it onto a picture, go for it. But why are you going to try and make the argument that you're some real artist, you're going to try and copyright it, you're going to try and license it? It's stupid. I think that's so dumb. If Jason was just a little more honest with himself, like, hey, I just kind of typed sentences into Midjourney and I got a really cool picture from it, then no one would care. But right now, he's opened a goddamn case about it because he's so butthurt that they refuse to protect his piece with a copyright protection. Like, what the fuck, man? It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I have to talk about this. So anyway, that's...
Good morning, my ass. Buy something, then it might be a good morning.
Day and age, because we have easy, unlimited access to the loony bin called Twitter 24 hours a day. It's like a zoo, like a little SCP containment facility for all of the dumbest and weirdest creatures that ever...
I'm gonna make you an all... Well, good luck. By the looks of it, you're gonna need it.
That left me stunned.
You want something?
I'm sure a lot of you have already seen this because...
Yeah, better weapons.
You don't buy something next time, I'll shoot you.
Two people and couldn't stop giggling about it and couldn't register that she wasn't going to be able to get the following day or get her car back. So there's body cam footage that has now just come out, even though this incident took place last year. She received 14 years for this, which I think is just not enough. I've been very vocal about my disdain for drunk drivers. I hate drunk drivers more than Garfield hates Mondays. It is a purely unforgivable act. It is selfish, dangerous, and there's no excuse for it ever. Especially in today's society where there's Uber, Lyft, a taxi, calling a friend, you can easily find transportation to get home that doesn't involve putting everyone's life on the road. And this lady killed 2 people while drunk driving. Just normal, innocent people that did nothing wrong, and not only did she kill them, she couldn't stop laughing about it and having a giggle fit like she was in a tickle fight. The body cam footage released, and it is disgusting.
Keep your head straight, just look up at
They then get to this point in the video where the officer and her are in the room, and she doesn't like the silence, so she says that she's gonna start singing. So she starts flexing the golden pipe, the worst fucking singing you'll ever hear. It's not really singing, it's more like some kind of Gregorian chant if it was being farted out.
Morning. If you try to say it's a good, quit gawking. Either buy something or piss off.
Regardless, she starts boogieing down and singing. She's treating this whole situation like she's at fucking Mardi Gras. It's like she's celebrating that she had just killed 2 people as if it was some kind of fucking sacrifice, and she's happy about the whole situation. It's not even that she's not registering it, she actively doesn't care, which is completely different. Yes, she is beyond drunk, clearly, but she is aware of what has happened. He has told her multiple times
A sale is a sale, even if it is to a scumbag like you.
You don't.
You brain dead fucking worm. Obviously you're not going to school tomorrow. You just killed 2 people in a drunk driving accident. This isn't GTA where you can just reset and undo what happened here. You took 2 people's lives away because you're a fucking ridiculously stupid idiot. Holy shit. And the only thing that she can even process is that this might be an inconvenience to her because she has school tomorrow and she doesn't want to miss class.
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. You go to jail, you don't have a bond, you killed 2 people tonight. I don't think you understand that. You do not have a bond, you are not getting out of jail. Your car is property of the Field Police Department because it's a crime scene. It killed 2 people tonight. You are clueless with that clearly. I've explained this to you. You're going to jail for reckless homicide tonight. You're going to jail for aggravated DUI for killing 2 people. That's what's going on. So no, you're not going to jail tomorrow. You're not getting your car out of impound.
How this officer didn't stand up and fucking tear over out of frustration is beyond me. Just watching this had me want to flip a table like I had just lost a game of chess and got upset about it. He just laid down all of the brass tacks here. Explained the situation for the fucking 50th time already, and once again, she still only cares about her standing Okay, I get it. Punishment is necessary. So 24 hours, right? Tuesday I can get my car? Can we just go ahead and magically put my car back together even after that took away 2 people's lives? I have a Magneto on board who can fix my car up so that way I can get the class on Tuesday?
You just hear what I just told you. Did you hear what I said? Did you understand what I told you?
Once again, she is hearing him loud and clear. She is acknowledging that she is hearing that she is responsible for the death of 2 people. She just doesn't care. They could have brought the corpses in, and she probably would have done a hearty belly laugh like Santa Claus. She doesn't fucking care. She didn't know them personally, thus their life is meaningless to her. Tomorrow or even on Tuesday now. Tuesday night. Not because she just killed 2 people. It's just because Mr. Tuesday night.
Being completely careless about killing 2 people tonight. You could care less. That's sad. That's pathetic.
I have the officer scene here that I can answer the question for you. 14 years, and you go back to school. And hopefully, if you do go back to school in 14 years, everyone bullies the shit out of you and never lets you forget this moment, and never lets you forget what you did. I don't think you should be able to go back to school in 14 years. I think that is way too lenient of a punishment for what you've done. I think the sentence should have been much longer here, for sure. But I wasn't the judge on the case, so it's clearly not up to me here. I think she is irredeemably stupid, and I do think stupidity can reach a level where it is dangerous, like in a case like this, where you become a danger to everyone around you because you are such an absolute bumbling fucking moron. Now, she was singing a bit of a different tune here, talking about how remorseful she was, saying she's sorry for everything, and she will never do anything like that again. him. However, the judge was implored to just impose the maximum 28-year penalty, which I do completely agree with. But unfortunately, he only received 14 years. I also believe that now she's not only for those couple of years, I still don't believe she has any level of remorse for the victims here. I understand she was drunk. I used to get drunk a lot. And if somebody and hurt them, I would have been inconsolably upset that I was responsible for something like that, even while fucking inebriated. Like, it's not like when you're drunk, a statue that can process any level of information. Because she acknowledged multiple times that she understood be an inconvenience to her. So I really do think that even while sober, she just doesn't fucking value anyone's life that she doesn't personally know. I know this is me getting very like armchair psychologist about it. It's just the impression I get from the body cam footage as well as reading the rest of the story. I think she is irredeemably stupid and evil and dangerous. So just wanted to talk about this story a little bit about it. So yeah.
How did my whole speech about how I need subs and to keep the stream going to like the content blah blah blah, how that results in 0 subs? There are regulars here. $5 a month. How do you have hours of time to watch me and not $5? I don't know. What are you doing with your life where you have hours of time to watch Twitch and not $5 to provide for the content that you're watching? Because it's like people just really really don't respect me as a content creator.
Well, this Parasite's right about one thing: nobody respects her as a content creator. Now, I'm not going to mention this streamer by name because I'm pretty sure she loves negative publicity. She does fuck that shit all the time just to get her name. She subscribes to the idea that all publicity is good publicity, but fails to realize that when you as a person are your own brand and rely on people liking you for money, having a negative public image literally fucking ruins you. And this one is definitely bigger than she anticipated because no one likes someone this shamelessly greedy. She is a streamer who runs political talk shows, but the majority of people into giving her money. And it's some of the most pathetic shit I've seen on Twitch, and I've seen a lot of pitiful, sad shit on Twitch. I saw a man finger his butthole for a $20 respect for that than I do her. It looks than all of her streams combined. And somehow him putting nearly his whole fist in his chocolate starfish was still classier than any of this girl's streams. The decency to not shame the viewers into giving him $20 for sticking fingers up his brown balloon knot. He wasn't on stream going, hello, you broke cheap ass viewers. I'm sitting here with my beautiful asshole goat seat into the camera. That's more value than
like, how do you streaming this to you? Actually, so you can be a cheap ass. That's it. Other people provide money because they're generous and they see like a thing that they want to support, and then you leech. Period. You're watching as a non-party, non-sub. You should feel bad. I don't know. But the reality is that you are leeching.
Such a laughable sense of entitlement, especially when she has no talent at all. Also, she's not $0 from viewers that watch her for free. Twitch itself places an ad at the beginning of your stream, so when someone clicks on your stream, you're getting money from that click. And I'm pretty sure she plays ads throughout her streams, which also gets her money from viewers that aren't donating or subbing to her. So I don't know why the fuck she thinks she possibly has the right to complain about not getting an extra $5 from people that either can't afford to or just don't want to because she isn't earning that $5. And she absolutely isn't earning that $5. All she does is
assault the chat. She doesn't provide anything at all of value, and I'm pretty sure she hates streaming and only does it to just try and get money out of viewers or guilt them into giving her money, which is super shitty. I'd say 95% of all streamers, myself included, I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Come stop by if you want to put a few extra inches on your penis. I'd say 95% of all streamers do it because they love streaming. I know I do. I don't think the majority of streamers are going around just constantly begging for subs and donations, but there definitely are a few. The biggest culprit, but I'd say the majority of streamers aren't like that.
Chat! I got a donation or a sub for an hour. What the fuck? For an hour? What the fuck? An hour when I fucking work for free? What the fuck?
What a horrible, embarrassing perspective for someone to take on something like this. She has the worst possible attitude. I'm not gonna go into her disgusting past. She's done a lot of really fucked up shit and said some fucked up shit. But just this perspective of hers that she is so adamant about, where if you are not paying her, you are a piece of shit. She calls you names, she calls you out by your screen name if she sees you're not subbed. She is the most standoffish, unlikable person on that platform. And it's gotta be kind of embarrassing to be a subscriber to this girl because she's openly hostile and doesn't give a fuck about it. Only there to siphon $5 out of your wallet every month because she feels entitled to it, as if you're just holding her money for her because you flip on her stream to fall asleep to it for 3 months. But yeah, this narcissist is probably the greediest person on Twitch. She's like the Mr. Krabs of streaming, but not nearly as cool as Mr. Krabs because she has a shitty personality, a horrible attitude, and the worst perspective on things on the crowd.
And the reason why this is getting retweeted and liked so much is because she's an attractive woman who didn't act like a nice person, which is what makes sexually frustrated incels angry. Woman not acting, woman out of her place.
Yeah, this hero decides to make an issue about her being a woman, despite the fact that is irrelevant to why people don't like it. It's because people don't like someone that says shit like that and is that greedy and that disrespectful and that entitled. It has nothing to do with her being a woman. But this guy's trying to score some of those brownie points. Oh, streamer, please look at me fight for you on Twitter. Please let down your long hair, so I may take my $5 and climb up and win you over. It's also really cute that Mike over here decides to call everyone that disagrees with her perspective an incel, when he himself is like the fucking king of incels. Check out his first interaction with the streamer.
I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think they. I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched a vampire touching boy once.
can I help you?
No, I think they want to go in.
Okay.
Whoa there, Mike. I think you made her a little too wet with that alpha energy. Yeah, man, you've definitely got a lot of room to be tossing the word incel around, huh? With game like that? What a fucking player. Great work, Mike. There are people sticking up for her, of course. Buyer's remorse. They've already paid for the subscription, and now they feel like they need to justify it to everyone in the world. Like what you like who you like. It's totally fucking fine. But there's very clear reasons why people don't like what she said that have nothing to do with her being a woman, Mike. It has to do with her attitude and her disrespect and that sense of entitlement.
I'm making pulled pork and rice.
And then she guilts them and shames them and makes them fucking
I'd shake your hand, but I bet you got dysentery the way you smell.
But anyway, that's about it.
Hey, jerk, you need some work? It's a deal. Disappoint me, and you'll find yourself on the wrong end of a rope.
I already know this is gonna be like one of those alpha male things where it's like, it's clear you don't really want it. You're a kissless loser if you don't have your six-pack abs and you're not working for me. You're gonna stink up the joint. I'm a boss who fires anyone without six-pack abs at high standards. Does he also fire anyone that has something that makes him feel inferior?
I'm gonna tell you this entire company, my entire team, don't have a six-pack in the work best. No, I know. It's called Service Experience. How about we go?
Arizona City Leader in Carson facing blowback after bizarrely claiming that he won't hire anyone who doesn't possess crippling attitude. Does he make all of his employees take their shirt off in front of him like once a week to ensure they're not letting themselves go?
I don't know, sounds pretty gay to me.
Their bodies? If it doesn't tingle his winky six-pack, my team understands what I mean. I can just grab 3 of my people before a meeting and say, alright, shirts off, who's the most disciplined one in the room? This guy's an HR disaster. I already know he's pointing one of the secretaries. Big thanks to Marble Snap for sponsoring today's video. Marble Snap just released on Steam with widescreen support, and it also was the recipient of the Game of the Year award at the last Game Awards. It's a classic card game that's known for fast games, deep strategy, very good deck building, as well as beautiful art created by renowned comic artists. And it's also updated frequently with new art being added every week to keep strategies changing often. The strategies are always super versatile and fun, so a cool strategy would be like if you want to build around Sarah. Sarah's a card that reduces the cost of all cards in your hand by 1. So you can set up your board, play Sarah on turn 5, and then just slam as many cards as you can for the win on turn 6. So there's over 220 cards right now, most coming with their own unique abilities, 115 locations, and then 1,300 different card variants from beloved artists. So like I mentioned, it just launched on Steam, and to celebrate, they're doing a limited time login bonus, which is available as a Twitch drop that are live between August 22nd and August 29th. And they're also giving out an exclusive Mech Devil Dinosaur variant for logging in through Steam. So if you're interested in trying Marble Snap, you can use my link in the description below to get started on Steam right now. This is a fucking sexual deviant. What a weirdo! What a fucking weirdo! The self-proclaimed world's #1 sales trainer founded Scottsdale-based Elliott Group, offers online courses to impart his alleged wisdom like a jacked Jordan Belfort from Wolf of Wall Street. What wisdom? Get a six-pack or else get fired? That's not wisdom, that's bad business. What? This includes an inner circle mentorship that he claims can help people earn upwards of 9 figures a year. This is a crazy person. He's off his meds. He's loose. If you're wanting to earn 7, 8, 9 plus figures a year, this is the right mastermind for you. Don't watch this if you aren't serious about leveling up in all areas of your life. And a one-time membership fee of $1,500? Jeepers. And I already know you can do this. That's just so fucking sad. That is tragic. Ugh. The fucking video player doesn't have a six-pack, so Andy Elliott doesn't even allow his content to be shown on it. I respect that. It's not because he doesn't anything. That's absolutely monthly. God, that's embarrassing. Yeah, babe, you can't go out tonight. And I have to show him my ab progress. No, it's not sexual, babe. You know, you just don't get out of my life. Where's your six-pack? Get on somewhere. Go take a hike. Yes, I want to be in Andy's inner circle. Definitely some kind of sexual stuff. $1,000 a month and a one-time membership fee of $25 grand. He's giving it away. It's basically free. 2 private VIP mastermind meetups per year, where you can spend one-on-one time getting close to Andy Elliott himself. That's 25 grand. Andy Elliott holds events every night at the Lion's Den in Scottsdale. Yes, sir. The DEFCON Alert Room. I love those kind of names. The Testosterone Thunderdome. The Muscle... I'm out of cool names. But I love this kind of shit. The War Room, Lion's Den, that kind of stuff. So good. And you still get your power call, thank God. Oh, this one's the Brotherhood, aka Andy's new best friend. This is where I want to be. Andy Elliott. I want to wear the goddamn flesh cosplay. $1,600 a month and Yeah, this is for me. Yeah. Unlimited access to Andy Elliott. Come hell or high water, Andy Elliott will be ready. If I'm stuck in an elevator, you bet your ass I'm calling Andy Elliott before the fire department, and he is going to rappel down there and get my ass out. But no one else, because they probably don't have six-packs like us. Now we have the monthly private high-level group mentorship call, so that's a little bit better than the power call, I think. So, this is such good value. I can't believe Andy Elliott would even give away this kind of information. It is even how to sell cars, changing lives at such a reasonable price. From having sex once a day, not being a real bitch. Real man, quite like $50 grand to some bald goober for his personal phone number. Gonna be best friends. Yeah, that is not bitch activity. Only pay $50,000 and $1,600. He's got the secrets to the universe tucked away in here. Crazy pinned one. And it starts exactly how you think it's gonna start. Holy shit. Crazy moment caught on stage is the funny. And the first thing he says is take your shirt off to some random guy. No, six pack! Six-pack, I'm not proud of you. You're clearly not working hard enough. Your kids need you. Unbelievable. This is like every single thing I'm seeing here on his Instagram. The Lion's Den is an adult video store. Why does he have meetings there? This guy is a psychopath. Wait, the Lion's Den is an adult video store. $1,000 annual power meeting? Power club? Take your shirt off, boys club? The Lion's Den in Scottsdale. No. There's two different Lion's Den. I found the one that he holds it at. This one's kind of like a ballroom. Actually, very comfy.
Are you having sex every single time? If you're you don't like it, because if you do, you're not having sex. Am I right?
God, that's spoken like a virgin.
Yeah, by the way, it's healthy for you to have sex. Am I right? Yes, it is. She even said it. 93 years old, she's like still doing it every day.
And I'm gonna fuck her right after this conference.
I promise you can't outgrow that. Anyway.
Oh my God. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh my God, that's so weird. Oh my God, that is so weird. Yikes. Wow. That is so weird. Kids go to these things? Andy, why? And he posted this himself. In his latest testosterone-filled tutorial, Elliott claimed that having a cheese grater abdominals are essential to staying on his sales force. I'm going to tell you this, my entire company, my entire team, if you don't have a $6 work for us. Yeah, that's the one we were already talking about. If a guy calls me and goes, Andy, I want to make more money today, I'm going to say, do me a favor. Go get a gym pass, check back with me in a month. If you're still working out, you're showing up 5 days a week, you're eating clean, I'll allow you to spend $50,000 on me. 50 grand. You have to earn people sitting in their mom's basement, commenting, or by the way, or the people that are sitting there wishing they could kill it in life, just still making excuses for not taking action. I always love the mom's basement. That shit always comes out so quick. That's the dagger. You guys are just in your mom's basement afraid of spending thousands upon thousands of dollars on my course. We're giving great advice like, loser, and nothing else. How many men can actually protect their family if someone were to cause harm on them? This is more than just being fit. We're in a world right now where everybody's breaking mentally all around the world. Yeah, I mean, he's right. And I think the people that are the most broken are the ones willing to pay thousands of dollars to this absolute unhinged lunatic. And it's not like having a six-pack is going to protect your family. Like a burglar breaks in with a crowbar, you're like, wait, look at this. And then you flex your abs on him. He's not just going to get like blinded like it's JoJo's and fall over. Like you don't need a six-pack to have like a gun or a baseball bat to defend your family. Or even be good at martial arts or Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, like anything. The six-pack is in fact entirely worthless in a fight. If you had a six-pack, your kids would choose you as their hero. Kids like superheroes. What is wrong with you, Andy? If you had a six-pack, kids would love you. Kids love six-packs. It reminds them of superheroes. You want to be a superhero, right? You want kids to love you? Get a six-pack. By the way, you want your wife to admire you. I mean, when you married her, right? You don't think she sexually, wants to look up to you and be like, God, my guy's the man. I mean, come on, dude. Let's not be a dummy. If you don't take care of that shit, guess what? You're gonna die early, period. And your children will have to raise them. And your wife's gonna live with some other dude. Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna be buried 6 feet deep. You're gonna start my course on how to get a six-pack. I think his course isn't very clear on what he's selling. He's very hung up on this six-pack shit, but what he's actually selling is mentorship when it comes to making money through unspecified means. And he doesn't believe that you're going to be making 7, 8, or 9 figures a year. He just says if you buy it, you will. With no actual plan in place. Oh, I don't know what real quick. Does he ever explain how he helps you make money through his program? Because everything is just a six-pack. It's just like daddy. My God.
Right now, if they doubled or tripled your bill within the next 12 to 18 months, we know they will.
Or is this like an exercise, maybe? No. Any reasonable person get off of selling. At least that's what that seminar was. That's how you're making 7 to 8 to 9 figures a year with Andy Elliott door-to-door selling solar? That's crazy. No, he does used car sales. Yeah, but that's not what he's selling here. The program. I'm talking about the program. He's a car salesman. I know. We established that very early on. I'm wondering what he's teaching them. Like what he's supposed to be teaching them to make money. Because he's not hiring them for car sales. True. But everything here is talking about the secrets to closing somebody. So yeah, and this literally says a door-to-door salesman's secret weapon. Is his program really teaching you how to be more annoying as a door-to-door salesman?
When I'm in a home or I'm on the front door, that's your house.
Wow.
These people owe you money. It's time to go collect.
I did not expect that. I did not expect that plot twist at all. He is teaching them how to be more annoying as a door-to-door salesman. Amazing. You're paying, at bare minimum, $500 a month for that. What an interesting rabbit hole. Shout out to the chatter who told me about Andy Elliott. This guy's a fucking amazing dude. And I I feel like I've only scratched the surface on his lore. How and why does he need you to pay 50k? 50k? Like big delusional fish that are willing to part with their money. It actually works really well. I did make something on this a while ago. It's called the Self-Help Guru Scam. These are very, very, very lucrative. You position yourself as a guru, and like, you pay me and I'll give you the secrets of happiness, I'll give you the secrets to making money, I'll give you the secrets to love, whatever. And people are willing to have for it.
Yeah, I thought so. I went home, but I something wrong with like a parasite or a virus. Syphilis. It's possible to have two things. Do you need a ride to the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. But I rode my bike here, so I have to go home and get my gas station. Bye.
You're still here?
Yeah. Just wanted to see if you could tell.
Are you still here?
Welcome back to a series so handsome, even Trek subscribed. In today's video, Hassan has been confronted by the police in China for having a meme on his phone. He has responded somehow blaming America again, saying American cops are infinitely worse. He's saying he got racially profiled as a white person, but it's only bad when Americans do it. He's calling himself a swagged out white boy who loves China. 35-year-old man, by the way. Hasbin Gold has responded absolutely cooking him. More clips have surfaced of Hassan showcasing his negative IQ, unable to figure out why there's fire extinguishers in the area. He's once again acting like a revolutionary, talking about how American police harassed him, tear gassed him, shot him, and apparently stun grenaded him. Massive cap. Streamer Destiny has accused Hassan of sleeping with a 15-year-old. Asbin and Tectone have responded. Attorney Legal Mindset goes over the potential legal implications. Subscribe or you're locked in a cell with Cockroach Hassan and Soycock Destiny. Lock off those numbers! Right, so Hassan went to China, and despite all the glazing, apparently they are not big fans of the Diddy Piker stream. He was confronted by the police for a meme on his phone. Breaking, Chinese security police harassed Hassan Piker while he was live streaming in Tiananmen Square. His entire crew aside and forced him to put down his phones. You can hear Hassan's friend translate. They were on their phones. Hassan is literally pro-CCP. He's defended the Chinese Communist Party in his live streams dozens of times. It's hilarious.
So, he gets stopped by Chinese security police while streaming in Tiananmen Square. Oh, so that's the police. I remember that.
Roger, you seen this? Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Basically, the only now is his face photoshopped in on his phone.
Yeah.
Ooh, they got the lights on him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, they got the lights on him.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
就刚才他录那个 I was holding the camera, but I didn't do anything yet. 对，拿手机弄一个背景，东西把它打出来。刚才那个背景。
So if you want to see the background of your like
See the background?
yeah, or like a live show.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Give it mute.
Oh no! This is I can't believe this happened to Hassan. Did they not watch the illustrious Hassan Piker streams where he talks about how much he loves communism? I don't know. I guess they they just didn't get the memo. Hassan be like, please, I'm a big fan, please, I'm on your side, please don't arrest me. No, I was not live streaming, it was a glitch, believe me. By the way, I don't know if lying to the police or security there is the right move, because if you get caught lying, that's not really good. Hassan in 2 weeks from now when he's back in the US, they were probably pro-Israel agents just laughing or something. Manga grifters. Ethan probably sent them. It's obviously a plot by Destiny. Comrade, there has been a terrible mistake. I was joking, please, I was joking. League of Legends in the final stage. Hassan is a revolutionary. There's no need for revolution after the revolution. Most revolutionaries don't understand that. This is recorded like the first Piracy link of a movie. Casual communist versus professional communist. Man thought he was ready for the ranked league. No, but I played a bunch of normal games. I'm totally ready, guys. I'm challenger. There seems to be a mistake. I planned on being a Neuro Q video game streamer for the cause. Take the freaking all. My god, streamers are so goofy out in the real world. I mean, particularly Hassan, of course. He's completely out of his element. And this is a loaded show. And somehow blaming America.
When the police showed up, they thought, so that thing that we went to, okay? The flag raising ceremony is not, the flag raising ceremony that we went to is not a thing that white people normally go to, right? It's not normally something that like white people attend, right? And I assume that they are probably extra attentive and extra careful about people coming to do some shit, right? There's a reason why, for example, there were Chinese nationals on each other's backs, right? But I knew that if we did it, we would get called out by cops. Because like by and large, especially like the government is aware of like how they are perceived or how much like anti-Chinese propaganda exists out there.
Alright, hang on. I gotta pee right quick. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I gotta stir my pork too.
Are less aware of the animosity that exists, which shouldn't exist at all, obviously, but unfortunately does, and it's almost entirely one-sided, entirely designed by America. But yeah, we're white, so as foreigners in China at this like national event rather than an international one, where as you guys noticed, like they didn't have any like foreigners there at all. He thought he saw something on the phone. Like he thought we were like making a mockery. You know what I mean?
Right. So first off, it's not a white people thing to go to. Buddy, I thought you were brown. Just a couple of videos ago, wasn't this guy complaining about how people are racist to him because he's brown and he understands oppression and marginalization? And now suddenly, Mr. Schrodinger's Turk is back color changing. He's white again, guys. Because why? Because it's convenient for the narrative that he wants to portray. It's convenient for the agenda. But he literally has the hidden ability from Pokemon, Protean, where you change your type each time you make a move. It literally fits him perfectly. Hassan, I think it's time. Sign up for competitive Pokemon. You'll do a great job. You got all the abilities. You're Superman, right? Also, didn't you just admit that you got racially profiled? Because you basically said that they only stopped you because you were white, right? And imagine this happened in the USA, right? Hassan would literally be crying so much, playing victim all the time, crying about silencing free speech and, oh my god, this is oppression, this is tyranny, how could they do this? I got stopped for a meme, guys? Look at this fascist Nazi government. We can't be having this, we need a revolution right now. That's what he would be saying. But notice how because it happened somewhere else, oh, it's just a misunderstanding, guys. It could happen to anyone. In fact, they were just having good security, right? So then he says possibly the cringiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Prepare yourself for this one.
They didn't realize that we were swagged out white boys who love China. Are you being careful with your words? No, I'm just telling you like it is. Like they thought we were, they were being extra attentive to make sure that no one is making fun of Mao or anything like that, or the ceremony, and that's what they were. That's what it was. It's normal for police to get close to foreigners to make sure that white people don't do stupid shit. Yeah, it's just it's a cultural difference, and also they just don't want anyone to pull a fucking Logan Paul or anything like that. How was it resolved? What do you mean? We just like talked to him. We just were like, no, that's not. We're not doing that at all. We're just here to experience the event. I told you would end up in jail. You got lucky this time. Yeah, okay, calm down. That's not. You're being ridiculous.
Swagged out white boys who loves China. You're a 35-year-old man. I'm sorry to keep doing the Leafy bit, but oh my god, dude. 35-year-old man talking like that. You're not 19 anymore. You need to get a grip, man. You're graying. You're balding. Your back is probably giving out, buddy. Your pee-pee stopped working, probably, from all the chemicals. Face reality, buddy. Holy. Second thing, basically your own that, oh, you're gonna end up in jail. And basically they're trying to protect you, saying that, oh, you gotta watch out for what you say. And then you go, well, there is a lot of propaganda, of course. There are a lot of things that are false and exaggerated and stuff like that. But it is absolutely not propaganda that you are not as free as you are in the US, right? Because try saying the shit you say about Trump and other politicians on a regular basis to their leader, right? Try actually supporting terrorists and foreign ops openly in front of the government, right? Try saying whatever equivalent there is to America deserved 9/11 in their country, right? And you just let me know how that goes, Hassan, considering it's all propaganda, right? In fact, why don't you do what you do best and what you are going viral for, advocating murder for people in the government who are on the opposite political side?
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Try that in China. See how it goes, you know? I have a feeling it's not going to go very well, okay? They're not going to be as lenient, I feel like. And the thing is, I know Hassan is extremely stupid, but the thing is, he knows this stuff, okay? Like, I don't even have to explain it to him because if he didn't know,
Congratulations. Here's your reward, sucker.
or he'll be put in prison. But this absolute fucking grifter moron purposely crafts this narrative or whatever, and he'll never actually say any of the things he says in America because he knows it's risky and he could get locked up, right? So then he starts ranting about how America is just way worse. Hassan explains what happens, says U.S. cops are still much worse than Chinese ones.
This is actually one of the things that I want to show Americans in general, because like people have this like false assertion, false notion that it's people have
I'm gonna make you an offer. Well, good luck. By the looks of it, you're gonna need it.
as far as like cops that I've dealt with all around the world, and even Japanese cops as well, I will say that it's not even remotely up there. The further west you go, the worse cops get, the more aggressive they get. America being the worst one out of all of them.
America bad. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Just give up your city and leave. Actually, just enough, dude. You glaze North Korea. You glaze the USSR. You glaze communism. Everything but the place that gave you literally everything, made you famous and comfortable. You know, operating under capitalism, living like a capitalist, but apparently he just loves all these other places, right? In fact, I would probably argue that the biggest privilege afforded to Hassan Piker is the ability to yap with a delusional fucking psychopath with zero consequences. This guy will advocate murder and is somehow not put in prison. Like, you can't do that anywhere but the US, man. It's crazy. Also, just from Hassan's statements, you can ascertain that he actually likes dictators more than he loves his own mom. Because he literally implied he wants his own mom dead because he wanted to murder like landlords or something, a capitalist, right? His words, not mine.
In the street, let the street soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, dude.
Meanwhile, he was glazing Kim Jong-un, saying that no, he's not a dictator. What are people supposed to conclude from that? Pure responded, he's using critical commentary on China while he's dead, since he claims his censorship is exaggerated. Let's see how it plays out. He knows that. That's the thing. That's the worst part. He's the worst kind of grifter. An American man and a Chinese man meet at a bar talking about their life in their countries. Our country's special because I can walk into the Oval Office, bang on the president's desk, and say, Mr. Trump, I don't like how you run our country. American man says, well, take me a sip of whiskey. I can do that too. Really? Of course. I can walk into his office, bang on his desk, and say to him, Mr. Jinping, I don't like the way Mr. Trump is running his country. Oh, man. He took off the sweater to do the mental gymnastics routine. He had to warm up, you know, had to limber up, make sure all the neurons are firing properly. Gotta dodge a bunch of obstacles today, you know, gotta do a bunch of neurons. Mentally, of course. He has a lot of great stats for wasting time as he comes up with his BS. Big bunch of food, repeat whatever he previously said, fiddle with his camera, shot dog. You forgot blaming on Ethan and Asmongold. So he what? Check back tomorrow. Absolutely diabolical behavior. Oh yes, I love this, actually. Right, so Asmongold responded.
Okay, so you explained it. Okay, so what happened? Whenever the police showed up, they thought, so that thing that we went to, okay, the flag raising ceremony that we went to is not a thing that white people go to. It's not normally something that like white people attend, right? But I thought you said you weren't white. Oh, today he is. Now he's white. And America being the worst one ever.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be saying bad stuff about China whenever I was literally in China either, okay? But let's be real. It's insane to say something like this. Is if the police ever detained Hassan and wanted to look at his phone to see if he had any problematic memes, and he was in the United
Good evening. I've had a few drinks. Flash some cash or get lost. Cha-ching! Thanks, buddy.
Please point to a dictator or just in general a Western leader who is not also doing worse shit around the world. Not their own citizens, but around the world.
Glad that these situations are happening because it is absolutely exposing Hassan and showing everybody what a massive fraud this guy actually is. The ridiculous double standard he has. Because America could probably even introduce communism tomorrow and he would complain about it and go like, well actually, I'm not sure how I feel about this anymore. I actually don't like it. He surely that he is with ours. I'll never forget the tantrum at the They canceled my global entry. All I did was support terrorists. He folded like nothing, talks all that shit in the US, but doesn't say a word with a real dictatorship. China, please keep him. He really trusted freedom of speech in the wrong DLC region. Immediately arrested in China for a meme, but America's the worst cops. Love to see this. While he's gone, everyone changes the locks. All the locks. Bro's gonna get stopped at the airport again. Gets harassed by the cops for a picture. But these were actually the good cops, you see. Never let Hassan tell a story. I'm so glad this shit is recorded because you know if it wasn't, he's gonna invent his own fucking narrative. Guy who spends all day talking about fascism unironically says, oh no, they just wanted to make sure I wasn't making fun of Mao. They detained him using a collar. Shaka. Maybe they saw him shocking his dog and did us all a favor and said, okay, we gotta get rid of this guy, alright? We don't like animal abusers, and for that, I support them. Why doesn't he live there if he loves it so much? Do not ask him that question, ever. More footage showing Chinese security police hovering around Hassan Piker. Hassan says, dude, what is up with the fire extinguishers everywhere? Every cop is a fire extinguisher. It's because there have been multiple self-impressions in Tiananmen. This guy's a moron.
Dude, what's up with like,
what do you mean?
I've never. No, hold on. No. Every cop has a fire extinguisher on their belt.
Never know.
And not only that, but if you look at our hotel,
I mean, in a pinch, you could use it like mace.
I thought it was mace. No, it's fire extinguisher. Like on their every in the hotel, I've never seen this many fire extinguishers ever in my life. In our hotel, there's like a fire.
Guys, what's up with the fire extinguishers? Seem to conveniently have a lot of. What the purpose of fire extinguishers actually are, guys? I just can't put a finger to it. My intelligent political commentator neurons are not firing. They can't seem to crack the code. Why would there be more of them in this specific place? Does something happen here? This man has to have like the lowest recorded IQ in human history. We need to do a test or something, bro. He could go into an active war zone and be like, there seems to be a lot of tanks here. Why would there be tanks here, guys? Is there like an event or something? This guy's shitpost to never give up his U.S. citizenship, his U.S. bank account, and his freaking Starbucks. He does it for the engagement. He's more familiar with electrocution than immolation. He's an expert in that field, actually. He knows everything about the shockers, the lightning. Kai is the leading expert, world-renowned, actually. Right, so then he once again declares how much he hates America. He says that he has zero patriotism for his country. Hassan Piker declared, I don't have any kind of patriotism in my heart for America while holding a Chinese flag in Tiananmen Square. He made the statement right after attending the Chinese national flag raising ceremony in front of the Tiananmen Mao portrait.
What makes it interesting for me at least is like seeing so many people really travel.
That part is insane.
I don't have any sort of patriotism in my heart for any, for America, but just in general. I'm not like a very, I care about people.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like it's hard to comprehend.
Yeah.
But I do understand it in some ways, and I kind of wanted to talk to some of the people here because like all of the old people that you see around, right? You have to remember every single person that you see around us. That's like, especially if they've been around, especially if they've been alive since like the 70s or the 60s, they have seen a radical transformation in their lifetimes, unlike any other country.
Right, Hassan, we get it. You North Korea, for example. It just well, is it against America? Simple as that. Other thing you need to frustrating it must be for people who like America. This guy constantly all the benefits, reap all the rewards, and then just badmouth it constantly, leeching like a fucking parasite, becoming a multi-millionaire, brainwashing all these people, and then going on to glaze everybody else and trying to destroy the very country he lives in. He's basically like the most ungrateful Nepo baby in existence, right? And I sort of understand if you're an American, like, you know, living in poverty, or like, oh, you weren't treated best by the system, and you were done dirty by the government, or like some bad shit. Oh my god, he has just insufferable. Like, one of the reasons he's mad is that he's unable to advocate murder in peace. And they actually want to place restrictions on that type of speech because it leads to violence. And he thinks that's oppression. But apparently getting stopped for a fucking meme, that's totally right. You also blame Hassan. I definitely can. He plainly states his intent and beliefs as being inherently anti-Western. Well, he tries to mask it a bunch of ways, but it's pretty obvious. You have to blame naive liberals for actually believing that someone who says, I don't have any kind of patriotism in my heart for America would ever be in his presence. Should they revoke his passport and leave him there and make sure to keep Gaia with him? Responded points out the hypocrisy in Hassan suddenly claiming he's white, and his comparison on police in China versus the USA also partakes in the horseshoe theory.
I think China's great. I mean, I don't have a problem with China. I'd go to China, like, I'd respect their culture, etc. The fact is that, you know, a lot of these countries do not allow you to criticize the government. They don't allow you to have an opinion that is dissenting from the politically accepted norm. And this obviously would be something that, if it was happening, would be talking about it and freaking out. You know, they go and they say stuff like this, but it's obviously not true. And it's fine that, I don't know why you have to create a parody. Like, really, I mean, China's a very different country than the United States, and, you know, if somebody comes to the United States and they're from China, or Saudi Arabia, or, you know, some other country, we expect them to follow our laws, and if you go over there, you can follow the laws. You shouldn't go there. Because, like, I feel like there's all the time people go into places that they're not supposed to be in. Like, they go to a country, and then they have a problem with the country's laws. Here, let me solve your problem. Don't go. So he likes racial profiling, you know, horseshoe theory, indeed. Which, actually, I never even thought about that. Yeah. So he's basically justifying racial profiling. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, let's see here. Lots of free time. And, yeah, all right, let's start racially profiling people. Let's do that. And you're not like an American. Go away. Go away. That's fine. Go to some other country. Go where you're going to be happy. Like, why go and put yourself in a position that's just going to make you mad? Why don't you want to live in a country that's going to make you upset?
Yeah, I mean, he's completely right. Hassan would be throwing a man-baby meltdown if this happened in America, right? Just picture this. It's a predominantly white neighborhood, and a black person comes in, and they instantly stop them and check their phone, racially profiling them. Just imagine the uproar, right? Hassan would be making 800 streams, crying about it every single day, talking about racism, talking about the oppressive, tyrannical government. And obviously, it's the standard rules for thee, but not for me. So then Hassan keeps co-guessing American police has harassed him way more, and he talks like he's a veteran who survived the war. Hassan responds to the noise surrounding his brief stop with the Chinese police at Tiananmen Square.
The reality of the matter, briefly being questioned outside of Tiananmen Square, is, you know, it's a unique moment of stress, right? Like, what is so insane to me is that, like, I'm a person who has altercations with American police. I'm a person who's had altercations with police in European capitals. I've been stun grenaded. Stun grenaded when we were in Los Angeles, in my own house. And it's so crazy that brief interaction of not even a bunch of by my own country, man. Like, I've been detained by my own country, my own country's customs and we're talking about like a cop coming up and being a little aggro.
Right. I've been detained by my own country, he says. Oh my fucking god. This man is gonna tell that story to his children because he legitimately thinks he's some like a Vietnam veteran or something. Yeah, I was in this war, they tried to arrest me and they failed. Buddy, I think we need to set the record straight. You were questioned for openly supporting 3 different terrorist groups who want to unalive Americans, all right? That is a very reasonable thing to be questioned about, okay? Why would you their music videos on his stream, all right? Why is this guy saying America deserved 9/11? This guy supporting terrorists? What the heck? We need to question him. And in my opinion, you're actually lucky all you got was a 10-minute questioning where you lied about it as well, and the Department of Homeland Security literally called you out for lying about it, saying it was like a 2-hour thing, and you're like wrongfully detained, asked about your political views or whatever, when they were probably just verifying if you're a foreign op. Also, what fucking story did he just cook up? A stun grenade? Buddy, you're not in a shooter game. What are you talking about? Oh yes, my left leg was blown off. Actually, this is a mechanical leg. This guy is literally that one guy from SpongeBob who's faking his injuries to sell products. Hassan right here. I was born with glass bones and paper skin. Every morning I break my legs, and every afternoon I break my arms. At night I lie awake in agony until my heart attacks put me to sleep. Literally, Hassan, tell me I'm wrong. It does my heart good to con a couple of Class A suckaroonies. It's literally Hassan's fan base. They're the suckaroonies. Also, might I remind everyone, Hassan purposely went to a protest and he stood in front of the cops praying to the Lord Almighty to get shot by rubber bullets or something that they're randomly spraying into the crowd to disperse them, and now he's bragging about it every day. Actually, targeted and shot. Absolutely little liar, dude. Number 1, never been tear gassed or pepper sprayed, random lie. Number 2, no American shopping students are taking their phones because they were born. And if they do, it's a civil rights violation. Moving on to the Destiny allegations. He's now claiming that Hassan slept with a 15-year-old. Again, keep in mind this is Destiny, a perverse degenerate himself who admits to liking 15-year-olds. So, great. Talking about how Destiny and Fuentes' blow up and they like sucked each other off.
Some of my other ideological opponents who claim to be liberal, and also openly delivered them a fat platform and also additional media connections.
Destiny was not going to reach this level. When he was visiting a brothel in Berlin. That's why he doesn't like to talk about it as much now. That's quite an allegation. It's common knowledge behind the scenes. If Hassan wants to contest it, he can sue me, but he won't because truth is an absolute defense against defamation. Who responded to Simpsons meme, fight, Hassan and Destiny? Old enough to count, old enough to math. So isn't it in a PDF file, what the frick? So listen, this is again obviously just speculation here. I don't think Destiny has any way of knowing what happened there unless he they're like best friends and shared photos or something. Destiny went to that brothel as well, but I don't think he did. Common knowledge behind the scenes is insane. Like, common knowledge among who exactly? Who's keeping this a secret? Also, why did you keep this a secret all this time? Until he like, you would think Destiny hates me. I would have revealed this earlier, but I mean, I guess he kind of did, but I don't know. This is like a full-on accusation. Hassan right now. Man. Dude, I'm just saying, if Hassan and Destiny end up suing each other, it would be absolutely
should sue him if this isn't true. I do. I think Hassan should sue him. Like, this is a crazy accusation. Crazy accusation to make it somebody. Yeah, wild. That's a crazy claim. Yeah, that's nuts. You can't just throw that on people without proof, man. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Like, I almost feel bad even giving this any attention at all, because I feel like maybe it's probably like I would never ever assume this is somebody, right? I never would. I'll be curious to see what his response is going to be, if he even does respond. I mean, you got to admit though, right? This is a crazy thing to accuse somebody of. That's a crazy thing. And wow, please live stream the trial so I can watch. Please, I want to see it, man. I do. And that's all I'm asking for, okay? All I'm asking is for content, okay? That's all.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty charitable response by Asmongold. Now, when a situation like this goes down, Asmon is like, oh, this is unconfirmed, guys. This is allegations or whatever. I would never think this. Meanwhile, imagine the shoe on the other foot. Imagine somebody came out against Asmongold. Hassan would immediately jump on it with zero fact checking and stick with the label all the time, every single stream, like he did with Tectone. Tectone's accuser had no proof or no receipts, and he still calls him a rapist to this day. Calls a bunch of people PDF files and shit. I mean, I feel like Hassan is awarded a level of deserve, but just because you have to do it in this situation, I think Destiny said this already, to force Hassan to have to respond to something so egregious that it hurts his character for even acknowledging 1D chess better work. Yeah, I mean, on the internet, just a little bit of slander goes a long way, it seems like. And this definitely seems like something Destiny would do, and not like Destiny's reputation is any better, honestly. Let's move on to legal mindset, going over the legal implications.
And Destiny says it's common knowledge behind this. Common knowledge, without providing any sort of proof, without providing any sort of Carfax, without providing any sort of other thing, saying, hey, Hassan told me this himself. Well, I hope you have a lot of proof of that, because just saying it's common knowledge doesn't actually do that. And what I think he means by common knowledge is it's on internet forums, it's on places that perhaps Hassan. The fact is that he did visit Artemis in 2010. And now Hassan does openly support the criminal education. Which, the other thing is the age of consent in Germany is 14. So if he did engage a 15-year-old worker, it would not necessarily be illegal. I mean, there could be some statute regulating German workers, right, that says they need to be 18 or they need to be 16 or whatever else. I don't know that.
Yes, I do like pasta. I like gnocchi.
Non-defamatory would say that Hassan visited a German mega brothel that was later raided for tax fraud. You can say it was raided for that. Hassan visited Artemis in 2010. He likely engages. Like, you can't say for sure because you don't know. Now, what Destiny is implying is you're sitting in your chair in the corner. Now, while Destiny is very you're sitting in your chair in the corner while other people behind them. I don't think he was in there in the Hassan does that himself.
Yeah, I'm making pulled pork right now.
I don't think there's any proof of that Destiny could possibly muster that would meet an appropriate
Pulled pork and rice. That's what I'm having today. food situation's looking pretty good. Definitely looking better than it did a little while ago.
For those of you who prefer my core historical content, the regular videos that I usually post on my channel, as opposed to the debunking videos or the app content, then, well, first of all, thank you so much for clicking this one and still supporting me, but I created a playlist for you. So it's a quick playlist. I made this playlist called Core Historical Videos. The algorithm doesn't notify you about it. These are mostly for the last 3 months. Notification bell is broken, so click the link in the description or the pinned comment to have access to these so that you don't have to rely on the freaking algorithm. The list, of course, will keep getting updated. Hey, nobody welcome to my channel. This is the Meta speaking, and a few of you have asked me to check out the channel Oversimplified together, and here it is. They even have the same color shade as NordVPN. We'll do this now. So 8.9 million subscribers, only 33 videos. Holy mother! When did they? Oh, 2006. Man, they make like a video a year. So go, still active. 9 million. My gosh, the views. Good for them. Must be quite a while to create the videos. Anyways, they've got a playlist, which I've always liked, and I wanted to start with the first Punic War. So let's see how it goes.
Limited quantity.
Yeah, I like the Lorica Hamata. Look at that, it's pretty nice.
Or I'll marry your mother. It's your choice. Oh, Marceli, you sure have a lot of dignitaries. Okay.
Shout out to Senatus Populus Que Romanus. Rome Sweet Rome. Rome Sweet Rome. I am so gonna do that. I'm so gonna put it into it.
Well, you know how you always say Rome is the greatest?
I love that it's doing a historically accurate bulla. This is the kind of jewelry that would signify a child who is a citizen.
Civilization in the world? Bloody well is. Well, I was just wondering, what makes us so great? How did we come to be? Wow, my son. Boy, let me take you on a journey.
He had a daughter, she was at the Lunula, which is the half moon.
To this side of the room. The story of Rome begins with these
Say there? Warning, tales contained within the slideshow presentation may be partially or entirely mythical.
These beautiful baby boys going to town on some she-wolf mommy milkers. That's gross. You're gross! Sorry, son. You're not gross. They're called Romulus and Remus, and when they grew up in 753 BC, they founded
Point because they said BC.
Rome. But there was just one problem. They couldn't agree on which one should be the king, but they worked it out peacefully, right? Oh, heavens no. Here's a picture. Our first king committed fratricide? No. Look at his face. When's the part where we become the greatest civilization, Dad?
Oh, this is good. I see why they get so the views. I mean, this is good.
Well, you see, at first Rome was full of men. I'm talking like a real sausage party. You know what I mean? Yes, sir. So we invited some neighboring cities over for a big feast.
I hate those helmets. I know that I'm not pointing anything. Like, it's just for fun. But those helmets
cities over for a big feast, and then we literally kidnapped all of their women. Here's a picture. Look at that one. She's like, this is messed up. You're messed up. Oh, sorry. Be a better father. I promise. Finally, after centuries of monarchy, those tyrannical kings started getting a little too big for britches. So we overthrew the kings and established
I'm gonna log out for a while, get something to eat, take a shower,
Is that when all the killings
do some of my daily stuff.